Good morning. How's everyone this morning? How's everyone this morning? All right, so over here, we're going to have a great day, so we're going to govern ourselves accordingly. And now it's time to call to order the Southern University Board of Supervisors Special Recognition Committee. Invocation, I'm going to ask that Mr. Ken Dawson come forth and provide the invocation for us. Mr. Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let us pray. Father, as we come today, we're certain to give you all the praise and glory for all the blessings you consistently bestow upon us. Great is your faithfulness, O God, above anything else and against all other. As we come today, O God, we ask for your guidance and your wisdom. For Father, we know, Lord God, to whom much is given, much is required. The responsibility of leading such a prestigious institution is not taken lightly. And we know that we can't do it without your guidance, with your strength, and with your hand upon us. So, Father, I thank you for the leadership that's on this board, the administration, the leadership of the faculty. We thank you for our students that commit themselves to higher learning, to prepare themselves for the future. And as we come today, oh God, we ask for your divine guidance and wisdom as we conduct the business of this great institution. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Item number 3A, we have 3 special presentations. A, we're going to have an invocation before that and Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Before we have our pledge, I'd like to announce that today is Chairman Myron Lawson's birthday, so can everyone put their hands together for Chairman Lawson. 28 years old.
Dyslexic, I think.
82. I'd like to now introduce Trinity Dyson. Trinity is our reigning Miss Southern High. She's a very enthusiastic 12th grade student at Southern University Laboratory School with a 4.0 GPA. She's an honor student, presently taking several dual enrollment classes this year and has been attending the lab school since the 8th grade. Trinity is a very conscientious student with a humble spirit and has held notable roles such as Miss Freshman, Beta Club Secretary, student athletic trainer, and track manager, just to name a few. When not in school, she enjoys modeling, volunteering with the Have a Heart Foundation, and sewing. Trinity attends United Christian Faith Ministry, where she is an active member of the youth ministry. She is the daughter of Dr. Rosalind Dyson, a proud alum of the Southern University Laboratory School and the Southern University and A&M College. Trinity plans to further her studies at, guess where? Southern University and A&M College, majoring in nursing. Trinity, you have the floor.
Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trinity.
Thank you, Trinity. Now we're going to special presentations. A, Women's Hospital Gynecological Cancer Awareness Luncheon Presentation. I know it. Almost got them right.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Dr. Shields. Just a very quick overview of a great event that we're going to host at Southern this weekend. I have the privilege of serving as the president and CEO of Women's Hospital here in Baton Rouge, and just wanted to tell you a little bit about the event we're hosting here tomorrow. According to the Louisiana Department of Health and the CDC, some of the highest rates of cervical cancer we have among our women in the state of Louisiana, unfortunately, and significant disparities in racial groups. Also, our Louisiana risk surveillance system says that in EBR, about 60% of our women are not getting regular cervical cancer screenings, and the national benchmark is 80%. So there is a significant gap in these preventative healthcare services. September is dedicated to gynecologic cancer awareness, an important focus often overshadowed by breast cancer. but equally important. And we want to encourage women to prioritize their health while empowering themselves to gain more information, engage in experiences, and sometimes extend beyond the walls of our facility. Since joining Women's, I wanted to prioritize community engagement, with 75% of the community taking their first breath within the walls of Women's Hospital. Our commitment is to local women, and that extends beyond childbirth. Why did we choose Southern? We aim to engage in all aspects of our community. Our decision to partner with Southern is rooted in a belief that it represents an excellent opportunity for continued partnership and connection. We appreciate Southern's support in allowing us to host this first annual event at the Vaudry Center, and we're looking forward to strengthening our relationship with Southern now and in the future. A couple quick points about the event. It's going to be tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Vaudry Center. It's titled Make Health a Priority for Women of All Ages. Our event goals are to raise awareness around gynecologic cancers and the risk factors during GYN Cancer Awareness Month, to educate our attendees on overall health, to promote the importance of preventative screenings and regular checkups, and empowering women to take charge of their health and well-being while engaging and educating our community. Just to finish, we're going to have a great team here. I'm going to be here along with Renata Deschamps and a lot of our executive team, as well as Dr. Renee Cowan, one of our gynecologic oncologists at Women's. Our mobile mammography coach is going to be here. We're going to have the Center of Wellness here team doing fitness demonstrations and cooking demonstrations. We're going to have a cancer survival panel, and we're going to have lots of prizes and activities for everybody. So again, just wanted to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to host that event, and we think it's going to be a great event for women in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a very, very good thing you're doing, and we appreciate the role that you play, not only here, but across the state and the country, to the extent that, you touch so many people, and such a nice way to reach out to our community, and thank you for allowing us to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Chancellor, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to take his hand.
Thank you.
For coming.
Mr. President.
Very quickly, I want to thank Women's Hospital for not only this event, but a great partnership on a lot of different fronts, and your support of our nursing program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's a great segue into item B, 3B, Southern University School of Nursing. Before I recognize the Chancellor, I want Dr. Ronnie Whitfield to say something about this, because I know this is something near and dear to his heart. So go ahead as we turn the program over to the item over to the Chancellor.
So as you all, some of those may not know, we do have a committee currently working on not just a medical school, but allied health. They've been meeting. We're going to give the board an update, and I want to thank Raymond Fondell for giving me the motivation to even talk about that and get this thing going. So thank you, Mr. Fondell. But one thing we don't talk about is the number of Black male nurses, or the lack thereof. Now, I put this together, so if you forgive me for reading, but there is a critical need for more Black male nurses in the healthcare industry. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, only about 9.4% of registered nurses identify as African American, with African American males being just a fraction of that percentage. This shortage stems from factors such as systemic barriers to education, lack of mentorship, and limited exposure to nursing as a career choice. Increasing diversity in nursing is essential, as studies show that Black patients often experience better outcomes when cared for by nurses who share similar cultural backgrounds. Additionally, male nurses bring diverse perspectives and skills to the workplace, challenging gender stereotypes and improving patient care. Expanding support systems and targeted recruitment for Black males in nursing is key to addressing this disparity. And I've met with these young men just before coming into the meeting, and we have a group of very talented nurses in our program. Our nursing program, despite what many may think, is one of the best, not just in the state, but in the country. And so quite proud of the job that they're doing over there. And I want to turn that over to Chairman so we can get this honoring going.
Chancellor Pierre. Thank you,
Good
Dr.
morning.
Whitfield.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning,
Vice Chair.
Chairman Lawson and Vice Chair, Dr. Whitfield. I'm proud to say to you that Southern University School of Nursing is rated in the top 10% of nursing schools in the country. There are over 2,600 nursing programs in the United States, and the Southern University School of Nursing is in the top 10%. I'm really glad to bring up the Dean of the School of Nursing, Dr. Sandra Brown, who will do a presentation about her great male nurses here. Dr. Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy birthday,
Thank
Chairman
you.
Lawson,
Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Vice Chair Dr. Whitfield, President Shields, and honorable members of the board. Thank you so much for recognizing our men of Susan. This all started with a simple photo shoot. I was walking down the halls, saw a group of male nursing students in the classroom, and I said, "What are y'all doing?" They said, "Well, we're getting ready to take a photo shoot for the SU magazine." And when I looked around, I was just amazed to see so many African-American male nursing students, the largest we've ever had in the history of the School of Nursing. And I knew right then and there that something special was happening in that room. And Marlon Hollins, our director of advancement, took out his cell phone and just started recording this historical moment, posted it on our social media page, and we were going to use it as a recruitment purpose. Little did we know that the footage of those videos captured on a cell phone would go viral. As of yesterday, reaching an audience of nearly 5 million, viewed over 500,000 times, liked by nearly 60,000, shared over 12,000 times with over 3,000 comments. The video was even reposted by ESPN sports analyst Ryan Clark, who has an audience of over 500,000. I think what has put Southern University in this national spotlight is that we are removing barriers for men and changing the narrative, where in today's society, there are more African-American men that are incarcerated than educated. So let me tell you a little bit about our men of Susan. They are smart, with great GPAs. Vice Chancellor Whitfield asked them about their GPAs earlier, and they could have gone anywhere. Over half of them are from out of state, places like Memphis, Tennessee, Richton Park, Illinois, Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas, Wiley, Texas, Momel, Arkansas, Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and straight out of Compton, California.
All right.
The other half are local. The majority will be first-generation college graduates. And these students who are here today do not include the newly admitted freshman men and those that are in the pipeline that are waiting to enter the School of Nursing next semester. So Chancellor Pierre, they are coming. And they are coming because we accept them as they are, we embrace them for who they are, and we lead them to where they need to be. And my faculty are here. They are the leaders. Can you all stand? With this trend in enrollment, we will become the largest producer of African-American male nurses in the country. We make up less than 1%. There are 5% male nurses in the country. And in some reports, they said there are too few African-American males to even count. It's something like 0.67%. We are already the #1 producer of African-American males and African-American nurses in the state. These men will be transformational leaders in the nursing profession and will lead with excellence, because we have taught them that excellence is not having the best, but doing the best with what you have. So, honorable members of the board, allow me to introduce to you men of Susan, and they are Susan strong.
All right. Please come up front. Please come up front. We want you to come up front, please. Just I am so pleased, so proud of what I see here today. This is the picture America needs to see. Let's give them a round of applause. This is unbelievable. We're gonna let you all take a picture without us first. Then the board's gonna join you. Dr. Brown, in addition to your swag and being the right height. That's right. We always had that. That's right. This is just phenomenal. God did this, quite frankly, and we don't give him enough credit. So God did this, and we're so very, very proud of you all, and we look forward to seeing what you're going to do from this point. Go ahead and take the pictures, then we'll join. And we're going to see a video after this. Oh, yeah. This deserves, thank you, Board Member Clayton. We want to hear who you are and where you're from.
I'm Leonard Pate, and I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
James Rogers, I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
Jarvis Cos, Compton, California. Julian Shorts, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Kyron Pierce, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Tavian Allen, Houston, Texas.
Aaron Brown, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Caston Bolton, Mandeville, Louisiana.
Asher Brown, Roanoke, Louisiana.
Landon King, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Stanley Valentine, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Dontrell Johnson, Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Cameron Macklin, Chicago, Illinois.
David, Dallas, Texas.
Ray Washington IV, Ripley, Tennessee.
David Hargrave, LaPlace, Louisiana.
Corey Clinton, Detroit, Michigan.
Mark Anthony Abernathy, Dallas, Texas.
Rashawn Taylor, Addis, Louisiana.
Kyrie Pierce, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Devin Jones, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Jalen Wilson, Gonzales, Louisiana.
Xavier Graychan, Lafayette, Louisiana.
Jamari Kenner, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Jacob Johnson, Little Rock, Arkansas.
John Babin, Gonzales, Louisiana.
And we have a video too that's going to follow, and certainly the instructors. That's not my phone. Y'all didn't see me? What are the board members? Come on, board members. Dr. Tava, you can't get everybody. Yeah, I mean, get there you go.
Ain't much room there now, bro. Watch that shield, watch the shield, bro. There you go, Tony. There you go. You know what you're doing? Man. Right. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Kendrick Lamar, huh?
Today marks a historical day because we are gathered with our male nursing students at Tucson. As you are aware, African American males make less than 5% of the population of all nurses in the United States. And we are proud and honored to say that Southern University is the largest producer of African American nurses and African American males. And that's why today we have and what they're here to do is to shine brightly, tell their story, and to be able to represent Southern University and represent Southern University with excellence. And so what do we have today?
Men of Tucson, we are Tucson strong. Very good. Yeah. Tucson, I know some folk are wondering what that means. Southern University School of Nursing. Okay. Some of the folk that may be watching from home. Dr. Pierre?
Yeah. So next, we will have a presentation about the beautification program. Here on the agenda, we have great guests.
That's item number C, the Walls Project collaboration
Yes.
with Southern University
Yes.
and A&M College.
Yes, sir.
Let's give them another round of applause as they go out of the room. And they certainly need to get back to class. Headline worthy. The Walls Project.
Sure. Good morning, honorable board members.
Good morning.
Chancellor Pierre, and thank you for the opportunity to present our initial findings for the campus beautification plan. Just a quick bit about the WALLS project. Since 2012, the WALLS has integrated programs and event, including our Baton Rouge urban agricultural programs, our Futures Fund programs that we were very blessed to take place at TT Elaine for the past 6 years, and have contributed to $3 million in economic growth to Louisiana's capital region, pursuing areas of needs where services and programming do not exist or have been historically divested from. We lead programs and events and alliances that work to break through and tear down the societal walls that discourage or prevent people from living their best safe, healthy, and prosperous lives. And along with that, we partner with over 300 nonprofits, businesses, government agencies, and educational institutions in the capital region so that we can offer a bold vision for a community that creates pathways for economic prosperity, lifetime learning, and creative expression. I am Morgan Uda, the Associate Director of Public Art and Creative Placemaking, and with me I have my Executive Director, Casey Phillips. We manage a tri-state guild of over 60 artists, many of whom you have engaged with at the Tarver Center and at SUMA, including Bryson Boutte, Mike Weary, Skinny Dope, Kristen Downing, and Ashley Ogmalog Curry. And of that tri-state area, that includes the four corners of Colorado, our home base of Baton Rouge, and the surrounding southeastern areas, and Dallas, Texas. Regarding these projects, we are looking specifically at branded murals, arts design, utility box overlays, musical instrument sculptures, and a signature jukebox alleyway. For the branded murals, we're looking at large-scale artworks that can be strategically placed at your prime entrances for the campus. Each mural will tell a unique story reflecting the university's history, the programming in that space, and will help celebrate Southern University's current programming and past accolades. For the utility box overlays, which are often overlooked, but we have many of those structures on the campus, we will be transforming those into branded canvases for creativity. Local artists will be commissioned to design vibrant overlays to turn those mundane infrastructures into unexpected works of art that help blend into the full campus branding. For our musical instrument sculptures, we will be repurposing extant audio equipment such as the satellites that are existing on campus and turning these into unique installations that will be visual striking depictions of brass instruments that we would see our jukebox members utilizing. And for the jukebox alleyway, which I am very proud of, we will be renovating the student housing alley behind the stadium into a mural walk similar to that of Deep Ellum in Ellum, Texas, that will provide ongoing engagement for your alumni and outside patrons that visit the campus during game days and other engagements that occur. It'll set the perfect background for all of the events that happen here on campus. Beyond these initial installations, we will engage with the agreed upon life cycle maintenance of these physical assets. We have been in contact with Ms. Desiree Honore Thomas, Ken Dawson, and their team to discuss what those maintenance plans would look like at the 7, 10, and 20-year marks so that we can ensure that our plan has the least amount of lift for your facility staff and the easiest engagement plan. So let's get started. First off, we have gateway murals at TT Lane, capturing your back campus impressions and augmenting your long-term capital campaign construction. At T.H. Harris, which is often your first engagement with students, their families, and your future alumni, we have branded murals that will speak towards the programming there on the exterior facade. And please note that all of the art that is included here is sample art that depicts the level of vibrancy and impact that we expect for these spaces. On each utility blind, we are considering color blocking murals to help better blend those spaces into the campus and transform them in not from just being technical structures into creative structures. Wayfinding murals along the library campus within each of the porticos that help to theme each space where your students will meet and set the background for activities that occur there. There is a state-of-the-art production studio here that is unfortunately a little bit hidden on the band campus. And so we would like to highlight that space to bring that to the forefront of your programming. At the back of William Henry James Hall, pedestrian murals will highlight that walkway as a backdrop to future events. On James W. Lee Hall, where we host our natural sciences, we will have a natural science mosaic mural to highlight those structures. Within the library, we have multiple computer labs and meeting spaces that can be better highlighted with thematic art. Inside the Mandela Atrium, we are proposing a suspended sculpture and second floor murals that highlight your world languages programming and studies. Inside the engineering atrium, again, a suspended sculpture and wall art that would bring your displays into the modern era. In the library collection, the audio collection listening room, thematically designing that space for ongoing events, listening parties. Outside of Hayden Hall and inside of the theater, additional murals there to highlight that space and honor the work of the late Frank Hayden. And here's our jukebox alley. As you can see, this is the potential to be a intentional multi-year or quarterly mural installations that can help to activate that side of the campus with the public, your alumni, and funders. Outside of the student union, we have the opportunity to engage your students in the mural process, along with our esteemed professional artists to brand that main entrance. And with our repurposed sculptures, as you can see here, these are examples of reused defunct audio equipment that would serve as the base for instrument sculptures to highlight the great work that you do here. In consideration of this beautification plan, we would engage in 4 project phases. The first phase being research and design with all of the stakeholders as identified by the chancellor and other team members. And then an installation project that would fit within your capital campaign construction schedule, strategic unveilings, and then long-term maintenance at the 7, 10, and 20-year marks. So our next steps for the board, if you see so fit, would be to identify the campaign term and life cycle for maintenance, approval of prime contract and phases, and then funding of the phase 1 school community outreach, research, and design RFP. I thank you all for the opportunity to present this today.
Thank you. And, we probably need to certainly have a little bit more conversations about
Absolutely.
this. We certainly, and it's my intent, as it is, I'm sure, so all of my colleagues, or most of them at least, to preserve the integrity of the historical aspects of this campus. And it has to be in concert with that, but still appealing to our student base and others that come to the campus. So I don't see that happening this week, maybe not next few months, but I'm always open to new ways of doing things that will enhance our campus, not compromise our historical offerings. I think I see Board Member Maple Gaines. Was your hand up? Board Member Gaines? Yes.
I agree.
Oh, okay.
I agree with that. I think the historical significance and appearance of our campus is very important. And I agree with our chairman that there should be more discussion around this.
Absolutely.
Y'all done anyone else's campus?
We have done large-scale artwork on the women's campus for their NICU unit. We have also done so on the LSU School of Design campus as well.
I hope we have serious talks about this before we do this. So I'm one who's reserved about this, but I'll voice my opinion whenever you bring it up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
There's
you.
some work to do.
I look forward to your feedback.
Okay. We appreciate it. Okay. Item number, okay. Item number 3D is Novartis presentation. Chancellor Pierre.
Yes, we'll ask Dean Martin and the representative from Novartis to come forward with the science and engineering faculty. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, distinguished board members, distinguished administrators, visitors, and guests. Before we start with the presentation, I do want to make a plug for our STEM festival that is going to be tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the F.G. Clark Activity Center. This is in collaboration with the STEM Global Action Network. They're led by Dr. Calvin Mackey, who started STEM NOLA, and they've touched thousands and thousands and thousands of students from K through 12 by engaging them in STEM activities. And so we're proud at the College of Science and Engineering to be able to host them and to actually announce the launch of STEM Baton Rouge, which will be the first of its kind that will expose students in the K through 12 grade levels to STEM activities to get them further engaged in the development and innovation of technology. And this will not only be a draw just for students in the local area, but also the greater Baton Rouge area in the entire state of Louisiana. So this is really in furtherance of the mission of the College of Science and Engineering to provide transformative educational experiences and opportunities for students, not only the students that we have here on campus, but students that we want to bring on campus. And then not only that, also transformative opportunities for our faculty to make sure that we're able to retain high quality faculty that we have and also be able to recruit talent from outside and bring them on campus, which sort of segues and ties and aligns directly with one of the president's pillars of being good stewards of place. So with that, it's going to require commitment, it's going to require investment, and it's going to also require us to establish strong stakeholder relations, reaffirming those relationships with stakeholders that we currently have, but then also going out and engaging new stakeholders that allow us to further our mission of trying to become the #1 producer of STEM graduates, first among all HBCUs, but a powerhouse here in the state of Louisiana when it comes to STEM graduates and STEM in the STEM disciplines. So one of these stakeholders now that has joining us today is Novartis. They are a company that is dedicated to improving the human condition through the development and discovery of new drugs and medicines. And we have today with us Dr. Rafael Luna, who is the director of biomedical education and innovation at Novartis. And he's initiated a program, an early career investigator program, where he has taken faculty from various HBCUs, brought them to Novartis and allowed them to engage in biomedical drug discovery at Novartis, but then also teaching and training them in cutting edge technologies and techniques that they can then bring back to their institutions in order to train the next generation of students in the biomedical sciences. Now, this is important for quite a few reasons. I'll only really highlight one. It allows us not only to provide services and opportunities to the local community by bringing those technologies into the university and by extension the community at large, but it also allows us to make sure that our faculty are up to date and up to speed in cutting edge technology, which allows us to build new programs that will tie into workforce development efforts and that allow us to bring in new talent and develop that talent. So with no further ado, we have Dr. Luna. He's come all the way from Cambridge, Massachusetts to talk a little bit about the program. And he's also brought the two faculty that are representing Southern University as part of this early career investigator program. And I'll let them talk about the importance of the program and some of the things that they've been doing.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Lawson, Vice Chair Whitfield, and President Shields, and the esteemed Board of Supervisors, faculty, staff, and students in attendance for allowing me to speak today. As the head of biomedical education and innovation at Novartis, a multi-billion-dollar corporation with global reach, we're reimagining medicine by finding treatments for cancer, kidney disease, and cardiovascular disease. And I'm here to talk about this collaboration with Southern University and Novartis. But if it's okay with you, I would like to share a little bit about my story and my returning home here to Baton Rouge. I came to Southern in the early 90s, transferring from not one college, but two colleges. That second college was a majority research institution, and I failed miserably and dropped my classes. So when I came to Southern, it was my last stop, my last college try. And the only two people that believed in me were my mom and my dad. The only two. And so I had an opportunity here at Southern to rewrite my career story. I majored in biology, and it was Dr. Dorothy Thompson, the elder sister of Chancellor Pierre, who gave me my first research opportunity doing mycology research using electron microscopy. And she was tough and exacted standards, the highest standards for me. But I told her that I failed previously. She didn't care. And it was that research opportunity that allowed me to be one of 6 people selected nationally for the inaugural research program at NIH. And it was there that I published 3 papers. Thank you for that mentorship from Dr. Thompson. And I wouldn't have had that opportunity if it wasn't for Southern University. And I majored in biology, and it was then I met Dr. Oswald DeVerne, a young faculty at that time. And he taught me immunology research, and he mentored me and encouraged me to continue to dream. And I graduated in 1996, the first of my family to have a college degree. It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Southern University, but also the people here, and all of you. It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for this great institution. I enrolled in LSU, finished my PhD in molecular virology, did a postdoc at Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta, Georgia, then a second postdoc at Harvard Medical School, and I became a national leader in mentoring and biomedical research. And this was due to Southern University. And now I'm at Novartis, and I'm on fire. And I'm like, okay, what can we do here? And there's opportunity here to collaborate and further our already established relationship between Novartis and Southern University. Chancellor Pierre has already initiated this relationship prior with the MOU with Novartis with the Beacon of Hope in collaboration with the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. Now, this early career investigator program is a new program piloted. And I had to advocate to the leadership and saying, this is important. This is important to bring faculty members from HBCUs to Novartis to gain some experience, but not only that, for us to also learn from the brilliant faculty minds at historic Black colleges. So it is not a charity program. It is a full-on collaboration. We're learning from them, and as they come up and talk about their research and what they're doing, Novartis scientists are so excited to have these brilliant minds and talking and engaging, because these biomedical diseases, we need our best and our brightest. And so this is not only important for my work, but this is personal. Since my mother and my father, my mom, who believed in me, passed away of stomach cancer. My father had diabetes and passed away of a heart attack. So when I say it's important for our communities to really attack biomedical disease, our professors Barry and Shamshu here at Southern University, they're really making a difference in Novartis. They're saying, how can we continue this program? Can we continue to get faculty like this from Southern and from other HBCUs? They are transforming Novartis and the way this company is actually impacting and looking for cures for medicine. So it's the hope that this ECI program, Early Career Investigator Program, will lead to, when they return, to drug hunting instruction taught across disciplines of mathematics, computer science, biology, chemistry, and physics. And I would also like to mention that this ECI agreement, Early Career Investigator, happened in record time. Never before at Novartis an agreement has been put together in 1 month. And so I would like to thank the people that are responsible for this, Chancellor Pierre, Dean Martin, Dr. Mensa, and Professor Oswald DeVerne, that pioneered this and say, yes, we can get this done. And we're very grateful for them. So I would like to thank, again, Chairman Lawson and the Board of Supervisors for allowing me to speak and to share this story, but also my story about this and why this relationship is so important for Southern University and Novartis. And I really hope that we can continue to dream of opportunities of reimagining medicine together. And thank you for this time to present, and I'll turn it over to a fellow, to the faculty members here, Dr. Berry. Thank you very much.
Let's give him a round of applause. Great story to tell. Yeah, that's great.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone, and hello to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dr. Jasmine Berry. Thank you all for the opportunity to share my experience in the Early Career Investigators Program at Novartis in Cambridge, Massachusetts. As an assistant professor of computer science here at Southern University, the plan for my research in the College of Sciences and Engineering is to predominantly focus on AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and their applications in robotics and healthcare. Some of my recent work involved developing analytical tools and models for personalized patient treatments and exploring the real-world implications of AI-embedded systems in clinical settings. Although it has only been a few short weeks since the program commenced, participating in the oncology data science group at the biomedical research group at Novartis this fall has already presented me with opportunities to integrate my experience with engineering in academia with the existing bioinformatics pipeline to enhance their cancer diagnostics frameworks. This program provides an exclusive platform to collaborate with senior data scientists, expert biostatisticians, and principal scientists and directors, including my scientific sponsor, Angad Singh, which I would like to give a note to develop innovative solutions aimed at improving the cancer diagnosis, therapy planning, and patient outcomes. We are investigating various methods to enhance existing therapies by analyzing high-dimensional data from clinical trials and patient histories. Throughout this program, I intend to extend my understanding of translational research, where computational models are not just theoretical, but are applied directly to patient care. This experience will enable me to incorporate real-world case studies, data quality standards, and state-of-the-art techniques into the curriculum here at Southern University. I plan to assist in refining our existing courses to include research compositions that focus on AI in healthcare, fostering interdisciplinary collaboration among computer science, biology, and mathematics students. Additionally, I hope to inspire our students to pursue impactful careers at the intersection of technology and medicine. This engagement with Novartis will undoubtedly enrich our academic community and better prepare our students and faculty for the rapidly evolving landscape of digital health in our local community of Baton Rouge, the state of Louisiana, and especially here at Southern University and A&M College. So thank you very much for your time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jane Christopher Shanchin. I want to thank all of us for being here today, and I want to thank the administration of the Southern University and the Novartis Institute of Biomedical Research for giving me this opportunity. It is a long expected opportunity that I have had, and this has been a problem in my career, especially in my research. I will just give a brief statement about me. My research is mostly focused on skin disease, skin inflammation, and skin cancer. And recently, I just got an NIH R15 grant to work on therapeutic development of drugs for melanoma skin cancer using immunotherapy and pharmacological aspects. So this is an important moment in my career, which I needed to be able to work alongside this expert at this company. So for these past 3 weeks, I've really enjoyed the moment with the scientists at Novartis, senior investigators, and discussing strategies, not only on how I can expand and how we can collaborate and how we can train the future scientists that are coming, because we represent a growing population that we have to leave a legacy for the future scientists of tomorrow. So while there, I've spent this time and I'm engaging in learning the data scientist aspect of search. One of the things that I've been doing over the past 5 years is to find new diagnostics, new molecular markers for cancer and skin inflammation. And I didn't actually succeed in getting multiple aspects. So I'm looking forward to use these data science technologies, cutting edge technologies, to be able to go further and look at careful and then discover molecular disease markers that have never been discussed before. Earlier on, I used to go one by one, and with this opportunity, it's going to permit us to find in public databases new markers that can change the future of therapeutics. And this is also one aspect of my research, which is molecular marker discovery and therapeutics. All of these are found at Novartis. And for this award, I am learning how to use computer-generated technologies such as data sciences to identify from public repositories new molecular targets. And when I come back here at Southern, I'm hoping that this is going to give me a new leverage as a biological science faculty to be able to collaborate across discipline, not only in science, in engineering, but also to talk to other faculties who are in the department, in other law schools and other departments, to bring students and train to give two opportunities for training. Why I will expand my lab in biomedical research, looking at generating skin bank preclinical data for skin as well as breast and other organ diseases. I will also be able to enhance our community by first training students in this technology, and be able to work together with other faculties to generate new courses that can train these new students, new student generation, that we can be able to empower ourselves here in Southern, and not only looking forward to those big universities that it's time for us to go there and be able to do collaboration. So I would like to share an opportunity. This week, we were able to visit one of my supervisor at Novartis, Dr. Joseph Loureiro, took me to Worcester's Polytechnic Institute in Massachusetts. It's about 50 miles away. That is like a distance from here to Baton Rouge, to give a lecture. And during this lecture, students actually, the course was designed in such a way that two students will use data science and AI technology to figure out problems and to identify new disease target in their project, and to be able to relate this project onto what is going to happen in clinic or in the pharmaceutical drug targeting. So I'm looking forward to learn more of these with the rest of the time. When I come back to Southern, I will work together again with you all who help us and put this together to see how we can generate the new courses as well as new research program that will enhance our culture here at Southern University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Your chest is poked out pretty good, Dr.
I'm
Oswald.
looking good, all right.
As it should be.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Lawson.
Good morning.
Vice Chair Dr. Whitfield, President Shields, the other distinguished board members. I'll be, and all the faculty, staff, and students in attendance, I'll be very brief. When Dr. Luna came to us, he was like a rough diamond. So he met certain faculty members. I took him under my wings, and also Dr. Thompson. And we made him what he is. He could attest to that. Yeah. So after he got out of school, he went to LSU, he went to the NIH. And from the NIH, he came back to LSU to do his PhD. And I did my postdoctoral research over there at LSU with him in the lab. And after that, he went to Morehouse, and from Morehouse, then he went to Harvard. And after Harvard, he did a joint program with MIT. And also, too, he wrote a textbook, The Art of Scientific Storytelling. It was a new method of teaching students how to write. At that time, we didn't have money to pay him to teach the course. So I said, Dr. Luna, I want you to teach that class for me for free. He said, I can do it. So he taught the class via Zoom, and the students really enjoyed it. And at the end of the semester, he would pay his own way to come back to Southern to engage with the students, so they actually got the chance to meet him. Dr. Luna, do you have any more textbooks?
I don't have any on me today.
Okay. Okay, so we give each one of the board members a copy of the textbook here. So what am I trying to say? This is what we do at Southern. We take a rough diamond, we polish it, and we make a 10-carat diamond out of it. And Dr. Luna is a good example of what we do, and he wants to give back. And he's stayed in touch with me for the last 26 years. Everything he's done, he consults me, he calls me. Now, when he called up and said, look, we got this program here, we need you to send to faculty members, we need to get it done. We got to the Chancellor, Dr. Mensah, and my dean. And I want to give credit to my dean, because he really took that and he saw it was a really, really good program. and he rushed it, and in 1 month, we had a chance to sign everything, and that was the first time in the history we've ever gotten anything this fast done on campus, right, Mr. Chancellor? Anyway, I want to thank you again for your support, and I really want you to support the faculty and staff here, because we do great things if we are afforded the opportunity and we're given the resources to do it. So thank you again, and thanks everyone in attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Devine.
So thank you so much for the time and giving us the opportunity to share with you some of the amazing things that we're doing. This concludes our presentation, but I would just say that there's more to come. I'm just so impressed with this university, with this system, and I'm proud to be a part of this body of colleagues, students, faculty, and staff. So.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Next is NextEra. Check presentation.
NextEra.
You know, my friend is from Opelousas, and they pronounce things differently. I was trying to put a French spin to it. NextEra.
Yes. So we have Senator Cravens here and his son. Why don't y'all come and introduce the presenter for NextEra? They actually are presenting something that truly is a great benefit to Southern University, and especially Southern University Shreveport, with respect to the P-Tech program. And I'll let them explain that to them and how we got here. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors members. My name is Bo Staples. I'm with NextEra Energy Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to partner and begin this relationship, establish a relationship with the campuses and the system as a whole. NextEra Energy is the largest developer of wind and solar resources in the country, a leader in battery storage. And as we move into Louisiana and help the utilities and electric cooperatives diversify their fuel mixes, it's important for us to establish relationships with stakeholders in the state. Being a lifelong Baton Rouge resident, I know the benefit that the Southern University system brings to the state, and we're thrilled to be here. Look forward to interacting with your members at the HBCU Utility Forum next week that's being put together by Public Service Commissioner Devontae Lewis. We'll be participating and displaying some of the opportunities for career development in the energy transition that are available. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions. All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
it. Okay. Any other questions?
Bring the check.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Cravens, Senator Mayor. Tell us about why are we marrying up with this organization? Why is it in the best interest of our family?
Well, first of all, good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors, and of course, Mr. President, and all of the chancellors that are present and the leaders of this great university. Before I get to that particular part, I was listening to the story, and doctor, I don't remember the doctor who spoke earlier, but as I was sitting here, it reminded me of the importance of this great institution. This is our story. This is the institution that built our community. We are the university. We are the dream. We are the aspirations. And one of the things that was said earlier, and back when I was here, just a few years ago, not that long.
Right.
I remember when the university used to come a-calling. It would come a-calling in the country, we would say. They would come look for people. Look for some of these folks who were pretty good in academics, but they would come looking for the potential that they would recognize in young, aspiring folk who were in the country, didn't have access to all of the information, and they actually recruited young students. And they took these young students and brought them on this renowned campus and engaged with them and instilled in them the ability to dream, to learn, and to develop. And that's how those diamonds got created. And many of those diamonds went on to do things not only in the state of Louisiana, but throughout the world, Dr. Tauber. And I would like for you and challenge you today during these very difficult times when we look around and see these young nurses, those male nurses, my. African-American male nurses coming in their uniforms, not in prison garb.
Right.
That is what shocks the mind and causes us to dream and to know that we can indeed be beacons for our community. That's what we need to engage in, and we need to become part of again. So members of the board, I'm just visiting today, trying to bring you a small token of what we feel can be part of that development. But we want to challenge you during these difficult times to go out and start recruiting again. Come to Opelousas, go to Lawtell, go to Lauraville, go to all of these little nooks and crannies in Louisiana and go get those young people. They might be a little rough on the edges. You might have to tell them to pull their pants up, and maybe some of them are going to need to be groomed a little bit. But this is the place that you can groom them. This is the place where you can sharpen them. This is the place where you can make them shine and make them diamonds and make them become productive citizens in Louisiana. That's the only little message that I want to give you. I love what you're doing. I wish I could stay today. One of the reasons, too, I'd like to stay is because I've never seen such a disciplined body and nobody asks any questions and nobody raises any hand.
You may want to leave early.
That's why I tell you, I was gonna go ahead and try to get a tape of this. I used to be the mayor of a small town, and if I could have had that kind of serenity, I'd still be there sleeping at the desk. Them folks would raise so much sand, I had to drink before I'd go to the meeting. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard check presentation. The old preacher's son came out in it. Coming around the
Man. I love that dude. How much is the check? How much is it for? You didn't mention this small town. That's the CLA, man. Thank you. How much is that check? Appreciate it. Good. Thank you so much. This time we have some special guests. I'm going to call upon our Chancellor of the Ag Center to recognize them. Chancellor Dr. McBean.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Vice Chairman, President Shields, honorable board members. We have two guests visiting with us from St. Kitts and Nevis. Well, one of them states that they're after the second time, they're family now. So,
That's right.
So you know, we had to, Mr. Chairman, we had to have protocol, Dr. Whitfield, when we were over there.
That's
So
right.
I have to read from this paper to make sure that I don't misrepresent us and all we learned down in St. Kitts. So, today we have with us, I think visiting for the second or maybe third time, the Honorable Samal Duggins, who is the Minister of Agriculture for St. Kitts and Nevis. And with him, we also have Mrs. Jahan Williams, and she is the authority chair for medical cannabis. So they are visiting with us today in partnership with the College of Ag, also with the Ag Center. And so we already have some existing relationships, but now we have research projects going on between the two institutions. We're actually going to start working with them on developing their own wine or own juice lines as it relates to viticulture. So some great things are happening. I would like to ask if Minister Duggan would like to come forward and say a few words.
Come on. See you, Minister.
Good morning. It's been a wonderful time here back home at Southern University. It was just last year that we visited this institution with an idea of collaboration, an idea that our nation and your wonderful institution can form a partnership to ensure that our young Black male and females of African descent can get higher learning at a school that caters directly to them. That was an idea last year, almost a year to date. Today, that idea is now reality. We have at least 3 students from St. Kitts and Nevis currently enrolled in your university and enjoying it every step of the way. And we have another 3 committed to next semester, and a number of them in the pipeline looking forward to be a part of the Southern family. So again, thank you guys. It takes real effort to turn dreams into reality, and especially to do it in such a short time. And I want to say thank you to Chancellor McMean, my brother, because a lot of it developed off of the idea of providing scholarships, because many of our students just cannot afford to make that transition, especially when you consider that our EC dollar is almost 3-to-1 to the US. So you recognize the challenges that it would pose trying to transition from the Caribbean into the United States. But amidst all the challenges, we have and are making it happen. And so thank you to the board for agreeing to the partnership. Thank you to all of you for being such wonderful hosts and always making us feel at home here at Southern. Again, you'll be, like I said to a young lady last night, when she said to me, she saw me the last time I was here. And I told her the terminology is not fitting. There's no last time that I'm here. You saw me the first time. Thank you and good morning.
Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Thank you.
Now we're going to ask on item number F, Bayou Classic update, Ms. Dottie Beledo from NOCC.
Yes, thank you,
CC,
sir.
I know the I is missed out.
They left the I out, but that's incorporated, so
I
I'm.
thought you changed things. We apologize for that.
No, we're good. Thank you so much for having us today, Mr. Chairman, President Shields, Chancellor Pierre, and this prestigious board that we stand before. We are so excited about what we've heard before us coming up, and that we are such a part of the continued growth of this great university. And Bayou Classic is what it's all about for scholarships and bringing the energy onto this campus in different ways. And we want this year, it's always about recruitment, but this year, this is going to be our theme for recruitment for this university. So you'll hear a lot of things that are going to happen this year. Today, I'm here to talk about money because that's the bottom line. We'll be telling you all the great things that are going to be happening at Bayou Classic this year, but that'll come afterwards. So I wanted to, first of all, I want to thank you for all the support you've given Bayou Classic individually. And I wanted to bring forward our sponsor, Coke. This will be the 51st year that Coke has been a sponsor of Bayou Classic. I think they need to be represented by Mario Lee. And Mario, if you come forward, please. And we just want to show their appreciation for being with us for this number of years, starting with us, staying with us, and also an announcement to be made. They are also bringing another brand of Coke to Bayou Classic. So we will have Sprite as another partner that Coke has brought forward and will continue bringing their brands forward. So Mario, thank you so much for all that you've done for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished board members. Excited to be here representing Coke United and also the Coca-Cola Company here today. As Dottie mentioned before, we're always excited when Dottie calls and working with the NOCCI team, as they always bring us a lot of exciting opportunities, as well as with Al and the foundation. When it comes to Bayou Classic, we're always excited about this time of the year, and we're able to bring Sprite into the mix this year to be a part of the Battle of the Bands and the Greek show this year, which we think is the right setting for the brand. As you know, Sprite continues to grow, Coke continues to grow as well, and we just wanted to be here today to say thank you for allowing us to be a part of the campus here. I know Ron Sutton, who I have to mention Mr. Sutton because he played a really pivotal role here in Baton Rouge, and he was one of my mentors. And so as I elevated, I'm able to bring in other brands into the fold, and we're going to continue to do it here on campus. So definitely thank you.
Thank you. And I must tell you that Mario has an incredible professional team, of which the main marketing person with Sprite is a graduate of Southern. So I just want to share that with you. So we have our Southern alumni out there working for us as well. So once again, thank you for your team. So we're going to get right to it, and we'll go to, I'm supposed to hit the button and it's not moving forward. All right. Just tap it. Yeah. I need the first one. Go to the first one. This is the first one. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is a great slide because it shows you your numbers from 2011 all the way to 2023. And so we're going to have to add some more space and go higher because 2024 is going to take it to the roof. So the numbers are continuing to grow. I hope you're happy with these numbers. Net revenue as a Combination of sponsorship revenue, Ticketmaster sales, which are from NOCCI sales that we do through Ticketmaster, and on-site university ticket sales. So this is a combination of those. And at $3,859,505, this is the revenue that is coming to you and has come to you at this point for 2023. 2024, we know we have to match this, so we're working hard out there. And with Coke's addition and some of the other surprises that we'll share with you later of new sponsors coming to the table, we feel that we will exceed these numbers for this year as well. The next slide, we'll look at the net revenues. So 2023, you can see how this is a net revenue is a combination of sponsorship revenue, Ticketmaster sales, and on-site university sales. Okay, let's go to the next one. That is ticket sales. So you have all that. Okay, we'll go to the next one, the ticket sales comparison. Now this is a fun one because we're showing you their campus box office totals with the football game and the Battle of the Bands. 1,150,728. So that's your numbers. And then the Superdome box office totals, which are the numbers that NOCCI brings forward, you can see a difference. And if you look all the way to the right side, the variance for the football game for tickets is 47.75% higher. Battle of the Bands is 159.94% higher. The total of both of these is 79.06% higher. Those are the higher, those ticket sales are higher than what you're getting on your campuses. If you look down below your football game, you're at 647,941. With the football game, the Battle of the Bands, and Grambling, you see their numbers. And the differential and the variance are those numbers to the right that I just showed you. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
The Grambling, are you saying that Grambling is responsible for 500,000 worth of ticket sales and Southern 541?
I'm saying that the football game, yes.
When you say football, you mean the day of the game or ticket sales all
Ticket
together?
sales across the time.
Now let's go to the right. To the right, you make more money off the Battle of the Bands than you do the football game?
It's on, this is on the campus. The football game tickets are only on the campuses.
Right,
This is
I'm
what you
talking about
sold.
Battle of the Bands, 849,000 and 655,000 for the foot under the variance and Battle of the Bands.
Right.
So we're making more ticket money from Battle of the Bands?
Well, we're selling out Battle of the Bands, but this is a last minute choice. So this is Ticketmaster. These are the tickets we sell on site. Wow. Battle of the Bands they don't purchase early. So your Battle of the Bands on your campus are not going to be high. You're at 106,370. These are last minute purchases.
Gotcha.
And so the difference is the football game those are numbers that are all through the season. So this is what the bottom line was for 2023.
My last question.
Yes.
When I'm at the game, sometimes it looks like it's 60,000 people in there. And then we get the report back from you guys that it's only 39,000. What's the checks and balance in place that we can check the Superdome, the turnstiles?
Well, we get the numbers from the Superdome, and our numbers went down because of the renovation. So we lost some seats. It was at 72,000 seats. We're now at about 67, 66 some odd seats. The inventory of seats went down. We're doing pretty good with our numbers. I mean, we're up. Let me go down to the next. Let's see what the next slide is. With Bayou Classic attendance, that's the next one. So you can see there's a progression of numbers that we're at about 64. And that includes all the people in the turnstile, but also the suites, the suite passes, everything that goes along with that. Those are numbers of everybody in the Superdome.
I applaud you for that, but at the end of the meeting, Myron, I'm going to ask the president to give me a copy of the contract with us and the foundation. And my last question to you, Ms. Dottie, is of that 3.8 million, how much do you write a check to Southern and Grambling? Do you dispense checks to the respective universities? And
Yes, sir.
and does the foundation get any of that money?
Yes, sir. We dispense the money to the Grambling Foundation and the Southern Foundation.
And it's 50-50, or how do you do it?
Yes, it's 50-50 from our perspective because the schools that sell their tickets on campus, they keep that revenue. The revenue that we have is what we sell at Ticketmaster Universally Open to the public. Those are the ticket sales, sponsorships. That money goes and is split 50-50.
Good. And Mr. President, therein, my follow-up would be, I would like to know at a later date how much this school is getting from the foundation. Thank you, Mr. Dye.
Thank you. The next slide is the Bayou Classic Economic Impact Study, and this is the first impact study that's been done because of a grant that we were awarded last year. It paid for this. This came with it. So we're excited. We'll continue building on it. But you can see the most important thing is a $26.5 million economic impact for Bayou Classic. These numbers are important for us to be able to share with our potential sponsors and corporations. So they need this data and this information. And this is what's helping us to grow Bayou Classic. They're very impressed with these numbers.
We'll follow up on that.
26.5,
I guess that's going to the city of New Orleans.
26.5 is the overall economic impact, not particularly going just to New Orleans. It's what's happening to the state. It's bringing it all in.
I get you. So are we dealing with the hotel association and the business down there to say, hey, we're bringing you this kind of money? Are they giving us 10%? Are they giving us anything? Are they providing scholarships? Can you enlighten me?
Yes, sir. We are working with the city. They provide services for us. We're also working with City Council, who are going to come in as a sponsor this year. We are also working with the New Orleans and Company, which is our tourism entity. They have been a sponsor with us since the beginning. So they pay, and they also do media. So they hit the media outside the state and inside the state. And I can give you a breakdown on all that.
So are they giving us Southern and Grambling any money from that?
Yes, we get cash as well that goes towards our scholarships.
Okay.
Yes.
One of the things I want to make sure we're trying to do, and I know it's a challenge, is to contain the cost of hotel rooms. Oftentimes when the cost of hotel rooms are contained, the cost of parking goes up, but we're really straining our fan base. So I'm going to ask that we make a concerted effort this year to contain and probably provide some more ancillary service support, like parking around the Superdome, that kind of thing. And to keep in mind, our fan base is not New Orleans Saints fan base and the other professional football teams that come there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we are looking at that and getting rates that that will be better for our guests for this year. You'll see a change.
And lastly, not lastly, but possibly lastly, where are we on expanding our relationship with NFL with the Super Bowl coming into the Superdome and with all the renovations? Has the NFL been approached with the popularity of HBCUs all of a sudden to support the Bayou Classic?
Yes, sir. We're in conversations right now with several, Entergy being the forefront of the NFL and with the NFL. The best part about it is that we're going to be the first to be able to experience, our guests are going to be the first to experience what the Super Bowl experience will be, because the city will be opening with a red carpet for all of us. So we'll be the first, and I think you'll find the city to be in a little different look. I think it's going to be really incredible. They're redoing all the streets and roads and all kinds of traffic patterns that are going to be changed, and we'll be able to experience that to the good.
I'd love to see you suggest to the NFL this is a good time to make an impact on them trying to support BCUs.
Thank
They
you.
will not have a better venue for the entire year, maybe not any other Superdome.
Yeah,
Super
would be the
Bowl.
first kickoff for them. Thank you,
Exactly.
Mr. Chairman. I certainly will. And then the new jobs of 217, just over Bayou Classic. I think that, is a great number of people who are hired during this period of time. The NBC ratings, I know that you had asked about NBC ratings, and you can see that for 2023, we're at 720K viewers. So we're moving up, and we are now on NBC National. We were on NBC Sports. So I wanted to make sure you knew that I got you your numbers as well. These numbers are good. Our sponsors are happy with these numbers, and we're continuing to grow.
So let's talk about that. What kind of check do we get from NBC?
We don't get a check from NBC, but you were paying $1 million plus when I came into this. And that's what it, and now you're paying 150,000, which is for ads that we can use for our sponsors. So
we were paying $1 million, but we had all the ads, which was, to me, was a good thing. So it was up to us to go out. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all right.
Go ahead. I'm asking.
Well,
I mean, when you say we were paying $1 million,
you weren't selling the ads to make up the difference of the $1 million. And to get to that $1 million for the ads, it would be quite hefty for most of the corporations to do.
Mr. Mario, what you pay for a 30-second ad? 720,000 people watch. You'll give us $1 million for just that 30-second ad, probably, right? You defer. So let's revisit this $1 million on this ad piece, because it's not as bad as it sounds, guys. But particularly when we were owning the spots, and Mr. Mario is there. We got him right here now. Trust me, I think he'll pay more than $1 million for to have 2 hours of ads. But anyway, go ahead.
No, but I understand where you're at. So I went back to this particular net revenue, and 2011, when we came into it, was a net revenue of $1,070,477 because our attendance was down. So there's a lot to do with this because your attendance was down pretty low too. So then you build it up and you go all the way through, and now we're at 3.859, and we're not, I know what your point is. You want us to sell, you want NBC to pay us. Yes. And that's what they do for Sugar Bowls and big games. We're working towards it, but we're not there quite yet. We got to get to another level.
I applaud the job you're doing, Dottie. I really do. But I do want us to bring in some of our Southern kids and faculty and marketing folks, particularly with this AI deal, and even bring Mr. Mario to the table and see how, if we were to go back to that matrix, how we can maximize. I know we didn't do a good job of selling those ads, but I think HBCUs are the in thing now, and folks everybody wants to be a part of this. So let's think about thinking this money piece out, particularly when we got partners like Mr. Mario to my left up there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Things are changing every second of the day. So we will take a look at it. I appreciate your time. If there's any questions, and we will continue working on this one.
Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Dottie, Ms. Belletto, good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
I know it was either a year or a year and a half ago that you stood right here before us at the podium and spoke about the relationship and how the ratings were up, and I can see it was significant over that period of time. One of the questions that I asked on last year was, I'm not sure if it's you or Mr. Harrell, the amount that was allocated for the bands. And I've had an opportunity over the years to go to the Battle of the Bands, and as you and I both know, and most of the folks in this room know, it has grown tremendously. It has.
Sell out.
It has. And one of the questions I asked on last year was, with regards to the band, how are the bands from, in particular Southern, but Southern and Grambling, how are those revenues distributed to them to help them in the purchase of uniforms, provided for scholarships and things to those effect?
Right here. Where do you want to go? Oh, let's see. This one.
right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good question. So I'm going to kind of walk you through this slide here, and it kind of gives you an indication on the revenue that's generated on campus and from each major event associated with the Bayou Classic, mainly the Battle of the Bands and the football game. So you'll see here on this slide in the schedule, the revenue that's generated at to its units, either athletics or the band.
All right, so just to follow up on my question, so the box office, $106,000 Battle of the Band ticket, the tickets that were sold on campus, and you're saying out of the Ticketmaster, the $955,000 after the expenses were paid, the difference was sent back to the university and then to the foundation and then distributed back to the.
No, that once the expenses are paid to the Superdome
Okay.
for the events, football game, and the Battle of the Bands, NOCCI sends a check to the foundation. The foundation then sends that check to the university. That money was deposited in April of this year.
Now, how much is that amount, roughly?
It was $618,000.
All right, and so you saying it goes back to the university, so you're saying that we're responsible for saying that that's the band's money, or we do what we want to do with the money? I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear.
It's for both the football game and the Battle of the Bands.
Okay.
So then there is a allocation of expenses that's in that schedule that we sent to finance and the chancellor, and then that's up to administration on how those funds are allocated at that point.
Dr. Tara, if you finish.
No, I wasn't finished. So the total amount of the funds that were given back to the university out of what we see here was a total of $600,000. That's pretty consistent with what you're saying.
So if you look at the 2.6 million that was generated at the box office,
Okay.
right there, that's for both the football game and the Battle of the Bands, there was roughly net after those expenses of about $1.3 million. That check that was, as Ms. Boletto said, 50-50 was cut to both schools. 600 and roughly 18,000 went to Southern, 618,000 went to Grambling, and then once that comes to the foundation, we forward that over to the university.
And then the university decides how it's going.
How it's allocated, yes.
Okay, all right.
And that's historically how that works. They keep the money that's on campus, that's not receipted at all on NOCCI's ledger or the foundation's ledger. That's the 647,000. That comes in on campus in the other portion of 618 after expenses.
And you don't have to answer it exactly, but as it's grown over the years, you've seen an increase. Has that disbursement been pretty consistent over the years, or is dependent upon the attendance or the total revenue? Has that disbursement been somewhat consistent based on this model that you're speaking of?
Well, if you go back to the previous schedule or slide, you'll see the increase in net income. And recently, over the last 3 years, it's gone up significantly.
Right.
And you'll see the variance that Ms. Boletto alerted you to here. The Superdome box office sells 2 times as much as we do on campus. They're using different software to do that, right? Okay. And so, but they need to sell a lot because that's where the expenses come out of.
Correct.
As well. But that has gone up significantly.
Well, I can definitely see the work that's been put into this over the last 10 years. The numbers are indicative of it, and I think we're headed in the right direction. But as we take this journey, we just want to make sure that our students that are really the bigger draw, student athletes, student band members, in essence, are being, are part of this growth that we're experiencing also. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fondell. Board Member Tarver, Dr. Tarver.
I'm going to refrain from this question. I'll do this another time.
Explain for the general public why our tickets are differently priced as compared to Superdome tickets.
Yeah, they're not really.
Yeah.
They're not really.
So on the campuses, both Southern and Grambling, we use a fixed rate, right? Our ticket fixed at a certain price, $55, right? To alert to the fact that we want to keep it affordable for our fans. The Superdome box office uses market rate pricing like they use for all of their events. So if you go online today and there may be a ticket there priced at $65, but you go tomorrow, based off the software they use, the analytics, artificial intelligence, right? Those ticket prices may spike a little bit. And then the next day it may go down. So they're using market rate pricing and we're using a fixed price. That's why their tickets are selling at a higher rate. The other variable that you need to know is that we have the premium tickets on campus. Right. That's the sideline seats. The Superdome does not have premium tickets that they're selling. They're mostly end zone and corner seats. And so that data also shows to you that
which is my
maybe
message.
Our tickets that we're selling on campus, right, we are below market, and the possibility of more revenue if we use a different model is attainable.
Board Member Clayton, thank you.
My question to you, Mr. Harrell, is two parts. The first one is, I thought I heard you say that the money is distributed to Baton Rouge. Is the contract with us, with the system, or is it with Baton Rouge?
The contract is the CEA is a 4-party agreement. It's between.
That's a simple question, Mr. Harrell. Is the contract with the system or Baton Rouge? And here's why I ask.
Okay.
Baton Rouge football game is Baton Rouge football game. So is the contract with the foundation, do you pay Baton Rouge? And some lady told me yesterday, my tone sometime outweighs my intellect. Let me slow it down. Some man too.
No lady, Dr. Thomas, no lady.
Okay, I didn't want.
You can say it was Dr. Thomas.
But I want to know if the contract is with the system or Baton Rouge campus.
It's with the system.
Okay, now why in the world, Mr. President, are you getting by? You don't know anything about Bayou Classic. Why are you having that money should go to Baton Rouge?
That's where it is.
That's where it is.
No, you just told me it's with the system.
Yes, but we deposit it in the Baton Rouge account. Mr.
So does the system get any money from it? Because
no.
You don't get one penny from the Bayou Classic?
It's sitting in an account.
It's sitting in an account.
And if that's the case, then why can't we do the contract with Southern? And I'm going to ask to see this because I thought I saw where the system was getting some money off the Bayou Classic. Now, if I didn't see that, then I'll stand corrected. But why can't we have a agreement with the Baton Rouge campus? I don't understand why the system is into football.
That's up to this body. If when the cooperative endeavor agreement is signed again, it could be with the campuses.
How long is this agreement we got in place? So in case this body decides to change that, to have the contract with Mr. Pierre and athletics where the money should go. And I don't see why the system should get it into and give it to me.
Well, it's a 4-party agreement and it's with the UL system as well. So that's why it's that way.
So how long is this contract that we have with you guys?
It is,
when is
I believe it expires at the end of this year.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put that so that we can debate this as a board and deliberate on it.
We'll bring it back up again next month.
And
Get all the questions asked, by the way. Let's get those to them in writing. Thank Kim for my birthday, mate, for being here, taking all of this down. We want a response back in writing for all the questions so it will go back and discuss it. Go ahead, Mr. Clayton. I'm sorry.
I'm fine. That's good. I'll wait to see the contract.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Dottie.
Okay, so you have, I think this is a great conversation. Thank you. And it's very timely because we are at the cusp of growth. And we really do. We've pulled Bayou Classic to a point that our tickets have a great value. And our guests are willing to do what they need to do to get the seats they want to have. And so we just need to take a look at it, Chancellor. And we're set to have a meeting and a sit down to go over everything as well. So everything that you have discussed today is very timely. These discussions are going to be taking place, and we're going to be ready for 2025. That's going to show even more increases. But the great thing is Bayou Classic is being branded to a point where now we need tickets, and people are asking for them. So, I mean, it's a beautiful place to be. And you know, when there's growth and there's things happening, then changes have to come right with it, correct? So if we're changing, we're growing. And so I want to thank you so much for your attendance and your information as always. But I wanted to give a heartfelt thank you. We had received the $900,000 from our state legislature, which was for our 50th anniversary. And those funds helped to defray the costs that the universities would have had to pay. So our numbers are great this year, and it puts us at a benchmark. But I want to say to the Louisiana legislatures, the Black Caucus, huge part of this whole program. And most importantly, we're alumni, Representative Jason Hughes, who spearheaded this all the way through. And his love for his school, his love for what you do here. I don't want to speak for him. He speaks well and eloquently himself. But I just want to put that out for the public, that this is the reason why that we can have a benchmark now. And because of these funds marketing that were used for marketing, this is why more people are coming in, and our hotel pickup is amazing. So we're getting more and more people that are coming to Bayou Classic from all over. And so for that reason, they have set us up for success into the future. And thank you for the government funds, and for you for helping us to continue to grow. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Dottie,
Vice Chair has a question.
real quick. I think Fantasia did a lot for us last year, and the expectations are very, very, very high. Are there any relationships that CCI has that might help us bring in artists like that? And I think we're even looking at changing the way we do the Bayou Classic. It used to be a secret who was going to come out at halftime and perform with the bands, but I think now having somebody say, "Hey, Fantasia's going to be at the Bayou Classic," could actually increase sales and bump sales. So maybe looking at that approach differently. And I'm not even asking for an answer now, but I think we need to look further down the line and say, "Hey, instead of us surprising everyone, Gramblin's going to have this person, and we're going to have that person, and it packs the stadium, and we can
advertise." Well, thanks to the chairman, and thank you for bringing that up, because that's another benchmark that was hit this year. And so we have to, exceed what you did. I'm not sure that, Mr. Chairman, we're going to be able to meet that, but you're my match. I'm going to be my match. But thank you, sir. It was, we took a risk. And it worked out.
And it was a risk.
It was a risk, but if you don't try, you don't succeed. You've got to try to see if it works. It worked, and it was one of the highlights of the 50th anniversary. So thank you, sir.
Right,
thank you for the support.
One more question as a follow-up.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Dottie, I know we have Fantasia to come. Is her talent fee a part of the overall part of your budget, or is it separate from that? Is that included in the revenue that's generated, the fee for any entertainer moving forward? What are those funds? It comes from the ticket sales, contracts, or how does that work from your perspective?
Well, what I try to do is not spend any money. I try to spend other people's money, which are the sponsors. So we get sponsors to underwrite the programming. Okay. So that's dependent on that. I keep a pretty tight budget. So we get sponsors that help, and we had a number of sponsors that came in for Fantasia and supported that.
Okay, so that's part of the overall revenue that was generated that takes care
Correct.
of their fees.
Correct.
All right, thank you very
Yes.
much.
And I want to give Fantasia a plug. She did because she loves Southern and because of the role with Dr. Taylor, her husband, who you met and we invited to the board meeting. She did us a huge favor. She is an A-list celebrity.
Yes.
And trust me, we didn't cover her expenses. So it was because of her love, and she was out here dancing with a sorority, or stepping with a sorority. She has a love, and that love's continuing with Southern. So that's the kind of person we would have to look for to make this ideal, but the sponsorship route is the route. And because of her, now the challenge was we didn't put it out there early enough, if you remember, Dottie.
Correct.
But when it got out there, we saw an immediate bump in ticket sales. So
Yes.
I agree with the Vice Chair. This is not a secret we need to continue to contain. If you have a light, you ought to let it shine, they say. But hopefully we get a nice light, and I know we are working on someone right now. Maybe we'll know something next month this time.
Yes, thank you very
Any
much for
questions?
your suggestion.
Okay.
Thank
Anything
you,
else
Mr.
there?
Chairman.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Ms. Spoleto. Okay, we're going to item number B, Above and Beyond Award. A, student. Chancellor Pierre, I'm going to give you A, and I'm going to give you B, faculty staff.
Yes. Good morning again. Today's Student Above and Beyond recipient is a dedicated junior at Southern University, where she is pursuing a major in mass communications with a concentration in public relations and a minor in theater. She came to Southern University from Texas, specifically Frisco, Texas, and she had a dream of coming to an HBCU. She is the first in her family to come to an HBCU. No other family members have ever attended an HBCU. And one of the reasons she came to Southern is to revive the Frank Hayden Theater and foster a sense of community within the fine arts department. She has been elected sophomore justice and inducted into the Collegiate 100, an organization dedicated to mentoring and leadership. She also played a key role in reactivating the Thespian Society, which had become inactive on campus, making a significant achievement for the Fine Arts Department. She also is connected to the university's Office of Communications and became involved in the Retool Your School competition, partnering with Home Depot. Her contributions, along with those of student leaders, helped propel Southern University from 8th to 5th place in the competition, securing a $60,000 grant to improve the campus. The person I'm speaking to is Brianna Fields, and she has been a leader on this campus. And she approached me several times and kept saying, I need this and I need that. And I said, you got it, Brianna. And one of the things she has is a pass to cover football on campus, along with a parking pass, because those were impediments to her work. And I present to you Brianna Fields, and I believe the Dean of the College of Interdisciplinary Studies and Humanities is here, as well as professors from that area. So I present Brianna Fields. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for saying that. I'm sorry, I was put on the spot. Yes, my background, he kind of said it all. When I came to Southern, it's funny because this whole week, I don't know why everyone keeps asking me what brought me to Southern. Because I came from Frisco, Texas. Like, why not PV? Why not Texas Southern? And I was like, what sold it for me was actually touring Southern. And people were like, really? And I was like, yeah, because when I saw Frank Hayden, I saw what it used to be. And I just seen that it needed love. And I wanted to go somewhere where I knew I could be, like, add value, you know? And so that's what made me choose Southern, really. And we are doing a great job over there in Frank Hayden. We just actually got our technical director. I kept coming to Dr. Pierre. I was like, hey, we need this technical director, but we literally finally got him, and we are actually getting ready to do auditions for a play right now with Professor Schrader as our director, and we hopefully will have a student directing play, written and all, by Isaiah Clay in the spring, as well as hopefully a musical in the spring, if everything falls into place and we get the grants that we are writing up right now. But just please stay tuned for what we are doing in the theater, and we just hope to really see y'all there, because now we are getting the students there with the Thespian Society. That is the official theater organization here at Southern University, and I actually did an intake of 15 new members last semester. So we have been making a change, especially with Dr. Cobb and Dr. McDonald as well, alongside Professor Victorian. They have all just worked tremendously with us students to really rebuild Frank Hayden and make it what it is. We've already gotten new curtains. We are painting the stage consistently, but soon we're hoping to get it professionally painted. But everything is coming along there, and we just really would like y'all support now, to just come and support us at these shows when we send those flyers out and invitations, and just have our backs as well. But thank you for the spotlight. It meant a lot.
This is very appropriate, and congratulations. I'm glad we heard it earlier about getting back to the basics. I mean, theater and all of that makes us the great institution we are. We kind of strayed away from it. So thank you for what you're doing for us. And this is a special day. We're gonna stand back here. Okay. This is a special day, so I'm gonna yield to the vice chair, because I'm sure he has something to say.
I just wanted to share with you all and Brianna that my father was the Dean of Fine Arts and Drama. And I spent many days with Frank Hayden as a little boy, messing up his office and clowning around. But this is what it's all about. It's about the students, and for you to be bringing that back to life. We had a hip hop boot camp in the Frank Hayden Center this semester. So we're really trying to revive that. So thank you for what you're doing. Congratulations on your award. Thank you so much.
Mike said, Ronnie, stay in touch with you so we can do our part as a board, okay? You ready? As 70 other business need to come before the
faculty and staff.
Oh, how would I forget that? We have somebody today? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Chancellor Pierre.
So the recipient of the Above and Beyond Award for faculty and staff has a rich history at Southern University. His years of service date back to the early 70s. He is part of the rich fabric and history of Southern University since his undergraduate years, and that would be none other than Mr. Flanders McClinton Jr. who has served in many roles at Southern University, including he was once chancellor, interim chancellor, acting chancellor for Southern University Baton Rouge. He keeps the money tight. He keeps talking about cash flow. So everything I've ever done as a chancellor have always kept in mind cash flow. That's right. That's something he's taught me over the years. Cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. Right? And we just wanted to honor him for his, I believe, 53 years of service. Is that right?
That's correct.
53 years of service, right?
Yep.
And I couldn't think of a better person to honor today than you, sir. And especially your history. I learned about the history of St. Helena Parish from you and your family, all right, and the great work of your grandfather. That's right, all right.
Come on up, Mac. All right. I think he has a couple of people that know him. If y'all want to stand around him. I see a wife and a son in the room.
Good morning. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. I must say this is a shocker. The other thing I must say is that my wife apparently can keep a secret. But I thank you, Dr. Tolbert, when you asked me who that was back there. I didn't even realize she was in the audience.
And he didn't realize you were the recipient.
But anyway, I thank God for this opportunity. I thank God for allowing me to be able to serve for 53 years. If you bear with me for a couple of minutes, when I graduated from Southern, and I rode a bus for 72 miles each way every day until I graduated. I left and went to J.I. Case in Wisconsin, Racine, Wisconsin, and my mother took sick, and I was coming home every week because she kept having strokes. So I returned and I said, well, I'm just going to interview, and Mr. White called me, and I said to the company that I'm going home. I'm not coming back until, my mother get better. When I returned, I made up my mind that I'm just going to stay. The day I started to work at Southern is the same day my mother died. So, and when I decided to work here, my goal was to be here 1 year. And I was going to move on. But I'm here. I've been here for 53 years. And I've had the opportunity to work with all the chancellors. The only two presidents that I did not work with was the Clarks. Starting with Dr. Netterville, I've worked with every president. I've seen the university grow. We've had some difficult times, and we've had times that were not difficult. But I give a lot of credit also to Mr. White. He was one that really I admired, and I'm looking at the board now. I served with every member that came because I was here when the board was formed. So, and I won't prolong it, but I just thank God for giving me the opportunity to be able to give back to my service back to this university. And, we've done the best we can. We've normally been able to get qualified audit opinions, and we've been able to try to keep the books in balance. So, and I know that Mr. Dawson, when he came to work here, somebody told him that my favorite speech was no. And he brought this little gadget to me, and you hit the thing and it says no. But really it's not no, it's the fact of making sure that the university survives. and doing what's best for the university. So again, I thank you, Mr. Chancellor, and I thank everyone, because I couldn't do anything by myself. I had plenty of people who worked with me who were very competent, and I still have people working with me that's very competent. So it takes a group in order to be able to accomplish what you can. And my goal is always not about me, but whatever I can do for this university so that it continues to survive. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, man. Take a picture. Mac is, I call him the keeper of the loose change around here. Only time Mac embarrassed me, I was in the car behind him in the parade, the homecoming parade. He was interim chancellor at that time. Mac was throwing out one Tootsie Roll every block. True story. I got the hell out of the parade because they were throwing back at me. That's the only time. And he came back with a half a bag. Let's give Mac, his family, and his staff a huge round of applause again. Sister Jackie back there, I'm sure y'all gonna recognize him Sunday at Greater Mount Island. Reverend S.C. Dixon. Okay. There you go. Okay, next item. German, is there a motion? A motion by Board Member Whitfield, properly second by Board Member Tarver. All in favor, aye? Second not needed. Okay, we'll go directly into facilities and actually the vice chair of that committee. I told you I was moving along. Academic Affairs, and actually Dr. Tarver, the chair of that committee, take charge of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, would you have roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. Leon Tarver II.
Here.
Mr. Sam Gilliam. Attorney Tony Clayton. Mrs. Maple Gaines. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Arlanda Williams. Mr. Myron K. Lawson. Present. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Mr. Gilliam, seconded by Dr. Williams. All those in favor, let it know with the sign of aye. Those opposed, so have it. Next item on our agenda is item 4, public comments. Are any public comments at this time in reference to items on this agenda? Seeing and hearing none, we will move on to item 5, action item A and B. Item 5A, request to rename the Department of Electrical Engineering. I guess I should refer that to the Chancellor Pierre.
Yes, sir. Good morning again, Dr. Tarver. As you know, we have a new computer engineering program here at Southern University and A&M College, and I received a request from the College of Science and Engineering to rename the Department of Electrical Engineering to now the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. I think Dean Martin, is he still here? He might be outside, but doesn't matter. I think I understand what's going on. So we would ask that you allow for the change to reflect the new academic programming that's being offered now through the College of Science and Engineering, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chancellor, are there any questions for Dr. Pierre? Hearing none, may I have a motion? Moved by
second.
Mr. Gilliam and seconded by the chairman, Mr. Lawson. All of those in favor, let it be known, sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it. And we move on to action item 5B, request approval of tenure and promotion recommendation, soiree. Dr. McMeans?
Thank you, Dr. Tarver. Yes, I am here today to come before the board to recommend tenure and promotion for Dr. Jana Snowden. Dr. Snowden, in my opinion, epitomizes what we look for in an all-around faculty, one that engages students, one that's in the lab, and also allows for students to get the experiential experience. And of course, she's over our SIMP program, our Medicinal Plants Institute. So she's doing a wonderful job and is definitely well-deserved, and she checks all the boxes. And so bring that recommendation to you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes.
I think this is long overdue and well-deserved. This young lady taught me, I know, the medical marijuana piece. She handled it superbly, and I mean, she has just been a beacon for Southern, and I'm glad that you bestowed this honor upon her. And if you allow me, Mr. Chairman, I was glad to make the motion to approve this.
Thank you. A second? And a second by Ms. Gaines. All right, all of those in favor, let it be known, sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, I so have it. We now move to the information item, update on academic programs. I guess we began with Chancellor Pierre.
Yes, again, Dr. Tarver, I'd like for Dr. Young, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, to come and make a presentation on the update on academic programs.
Thank you, Chancellor Pierre. Good morning, Chair Lawson, and happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vice Chair Whitfield, honorable members of this prestigious board, and President Shields, I'm excited to update you on the academic programs that have advanced over the last year since Chancellor Pierre and I have assumed leadership roles at Southern University and A&M College. We now have a bachelor's degree in computer engineering, which was approved by the Board of Regents on March 27th of this year. Construction management approved on June 12th of this year. Risk management and insurance approved on August the 28th of this year. And a degree program in digital media arts that is pending review at the level of the Board of Regents. It was approved by this board on April the 19th. So what did you just hear? You heard innovation, you heard progress, you heard multidisciplinary collaboration. This is what SUBR is advancing, what we will be known for, a strong tower in academic innovation. And as a part of our academic plan approved by the Louisiana Board of Regents just on Wednesday, we have 4 more innovative degree programs that will be coming before this board over the next year. And that will be a psych PhD in counseling psychology, a PhD in engineering material science, an executive master's in divinity and leadership, and a bachelor's degree of business administration with a focus on entrepreneurship. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Chancellor Pierre for his supportive leadership, supporting the Office of Academic Affairs. And I would be remiss if I do not extend a grand thank you to our academic deans, some who are here now, and department chairs. I saved the best for last. I am so elated, excited to stand before you, standing firm on the fact that Southern University has been selected as an intelligence community center for academic excellence, funded by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. This center is a collaboration among the Baton Rouge campus, Southern University at New Orleans, Southern University Law Center, and Grambling State University. Now, while we do not know who received this designation yet because the list has not been released, what we do know is that it is very, very rare for an HBCU to take the lead as a center for academic excellence. And since the congressional mandate in 2005, no HBCU has led an intelligence community center for academic excellence. So I'm going to pause right there so that you can give a round of applause to us. So this is a big accomplishment, and we will establish ourselves as a leader in the intelligence space and leverage this designation for additional resources. I would like to take this opportunity to thank this board, Chair Lawson, Vice Chair Whitfield, and all of you honorable board members for your collective wisdom and bringing this opportunity to our attention at the Bayou Classic board meeting in November of 2023. And it was during this time when Attorney Clayton informed us about this prestigious designation. Attorney Clayton charged us with bringing a center of academic excellence to Southern University. And I really felt like my job depended on it at that time. So it became one of my top priorities. And I'm not sure where he is. There he is. You missed it.
He heard his name. He's got He was back there listening for you to mention his name.
That's right.
When you stopped at Myron Lawson and Randy Whitfield, he went in the back.
I still haven't gotten over the Tootsie Roll. One Tootsie Roll, man. One Tootsie Roll.
So did you hear it or should I repeat it?
No, don't say that.
So I must acknowledge and thank you, Attorney Clayton, for your vision and your passion with seeing Southern University as a key leader in the intelligence space and in the law enforcement spaces. I would also like to acknowledge the work of the PIs at each institution, Dr. Mensah, who serves as the PI, Dr. Thomas Miller, who serves as co-PI at the Baton Rouge campus, Mr. Kenneth Williams, who leads the efforts at Southern University at New Orleans, along with Dr. James Ammons, Attorney Charlotta Fortson at the Southern University Law Center, along with Chancellor Washington, and Dr. Derek Warren, who leads the program at Grambling State University. Most notable, achieving this designation, achieving this success would not have been possible without the tireless and unending support of Ms. Rochelle Roche Walton, who serves as a supervisory intelligence analyst with the FBI, and she is also an SUBR alum. She presented information about the Intelligence Community Center for Academic Excellence at the Bayou Classic board meeting last year. Yeah. She brought to bear her time, her talent, and expertise, and she fully supported our work to success. So at this time, I would like to present Ms. Walton to you for remarks.
Oh, we got to give her a huge round of applause. Come on now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hopefully you're as excited as I am. This is a very special designation. And I wanted to make sure that I did not forget. I'm so grateful to this body. So I have notes, so I didn't forget anything. But I'd like to first thank you, Chair Lawson,
Thank you.
For your support. I'd like to acknowledge the Vice Chair, President Shields, this body for your support. I'd also like to acknowledge the administrators, faculty, staff, and students who are here, some who took part in this process. You know, we started a conversation 10 months ago, and it was a privilege to stand before you to tell you a little bit about myself and my career and how I felt that intersection with Southern University would benefit the university and future students. Since that time, there's been a great deal of coordination at the highest levels of leadership and diligent, persistent collaboration amongst colleagues and stakeholders to develop a proposal that would not only secure funding and formal designation as an intelligence community center for academic excellence, but also provide a platform for the Southern University system to demonstrate its commitment to excellence in academics, programming, and student outcomes. As an IC Center for Academic Excellence, Southern, its leadership, faculty, and students will have a seat at the table and a voice in discussions on U.S. national security, and our graduates will be well positioned to compete for internships and job opportunities with intelligence community partners to embed our institution into the fabric of future public safety and national security conversations. This intelligence program will transform how strategic partners, stakeholders, alumni, and future students see Southern. The intelligence courses offered by the IC Center for Academic Excellence will complement multiple major fields of study: political science, psychology, criminal justice and law, STEM majors, business, and foreign language. Learnings and earned credentials will enhance student and faculty experiences, generating additional national security related partnerships with government, clear defense contractors, strategic partners, and policymakers. In December, our center will have its first external opportunity to demonstrate our commitment to execute on the programs proposed in the grant submission. This event will highlight our capability and capacity to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the intelligence community writ large. It will also introduce our intelligence programs to students and faculty and serve as a recruitment tool for the Southern University system. ICCAE programs will develop, prepare, and educate the next generation of intelligence professionals with the core skills necessary to meet U.S. national security imperatives. As I close, I would like to remind you of my ask of this governing body last November. I asked you to consider the possibilities for Southern's future and for the futures of our students, and you did. I thank you for supporting this endeavor. On behalf of the Southern University System, Grambling State University, IC Center for Academic Excellence collaboration team, I would like to extend our gratitude to this board for its leadership and encouragement. I would also like to thank you, Chancellor Pierre and Vice Chancellor Young, for your support throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your support, and with your collective wisdom, this designation will be the first of many firsts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Board
Dr.
Member
Young,
Clayton.
I envision the state, Dr. Young? I envision the state police, our local police departments, and entities of those type nature calling you to train their police officers. I will tell this personally to the governor about what you guys have accomplished. And to me, this is one of the biggest things that has happened to this university, because our kids will be just as Ms. Roche said, these children will be on a national level, or these students. And I applaud you for putting it. I saw and I watched the hard work you put in to make this happen. And I like to see you team up with that chancellor of the law school, because I see this growing just super big. In the words of Trump, this is hugely, however he says it. But thank you for what you've done. Thanks for the time that you put into this. And I'm excited, and I just can't wait to see this thing take off.
We stand ready. It's exciting.
Are there any other comments or questions to Dr. Young before she departs? Thank you very much, Dr. Young.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker.
We will move on to the Law Center. Chancellor Washington.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, we actually don't have but one academic program, and I can tell you about some of the things that we're doing to enhance our academic programs with a view toward improving our bar passage rate. So we have a growing number of students now who have selected our common law track. So these are students who are mostly from out of state, who will be taking a bar in a state other than Louisiana. And they have what they call a uniform bar exam. And then there are about 5 states that have their own essay part of the bar. And so because we have so many students now on that course, we have tried to find ways to assist them in getting prepared for that essay portion, because it requires them to apply the laws from those states. So if you're going to take the bar in Georgia, for example, you have to know Georgia law. And we don't have courses for Georgia. We don't have courses for Florida. So we have developed what we call state-specific study groups, where the students from those states will meet with coaches to go over the laws of those states to increase their chances of passing the bar in those states. We also have had workshops. The faculty has gotten together, and it is our goal to do what we can to help our students to pass the bar. And so we have looked at bar exams to make sure that we are covering the frequently tested topics on the bar. We are looking at our curriculum to make sure that we can be uniform in all of the topics that are covered to prepare them for the practice of law. And we're looking at the books that we're using to see if we can work together in using the same textbook and to some degree having uniform exams. Another thing that's happening on the law school horizon is in 2026, some states will begin using what is being called the NextGen bar exam. And it's going to test students in a fundamentally different way. Our students are going to have to know how to think more so than just applying a principle of a lot of facts. They're going to have to know how to review documents and then write about how a lawyer would use those documents to advise their clients. And so we reactivated our NextGen faculty committee, and we have appointed someone at the Law Center to be a coordinator, because we have to start preparing our students now for that bar, because it's going to be radically different from the types of bar exams that they are accustomed to taking. So we also have been looking at post-bar exams statistical data to identify the strengths and weaknesses among our students. Our students do better on some exams than others, so we're trying to identify those exams that they do better on or worse on, and we're trying to determine why. What's the issue with that? We're going to supervise the faculty to determine what obstacles our students have with passing the bar. We often say that we say some of our students can't write well,
but we have not defined what that means. Is that subject verb agreement? Is that the analysis part of the exam? And so we're going deep into that so that we can tailor what we're doing to address the concerns and issues that those students are having. We've conducted faculty development workshops. We had a meeting just on the bar exam where we asked the question, as a faculty, what can we do to improve the bar passage rate? At that meeting, we did not talk about what the students needed to do. We talked about what we needed to do. And some of those things included making sure that we came to class, not canceling classes, right? Making sure that we were on the same page. And then making sure that we were telling them some of the things that bar graders are looking for on the bar. So we surveyed bar graders and we asked them to identify some of the mistakes that they have found with students' answers. And they have given us that information, and we are using that information to give our students instructional feedback. So when we review a writing from a student, we can basically say, look, you're having problems with this particular issue, and this is what you need to do to address it. And so that's the direction that we are going in now. So those are some of the things that we're doing academic-wise at the law school. Thank you.
1 second. Are there any questions, any comments you want to make, Chancellor Washington? None? Thank you very much, sir. So we move on now to soiree. Chancellor McMeans. Can't hear you. Your mic's not on. Can't hear you.
Yes, the college bag falls under SUBR, so I think it was covered.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions of Dr. McMeans? If none, we'll go now to the Chancellor of the Shreveport campus, Dr. Gant.
Good morning. Yes, on the Shreveport campus, we have approximately 4 new academic programs, and all of our academic programs is in engineering. There was a survey done with our programs, and engineering happens to be one of those areas that our students were really looking at, and we believe that with the market in Shreveport and our surrounding areas, these programs will be really marketable to our students. And so we have energy tech, technology, as well as drone technology are some of the programs that we're looking at. In construction engineering are our new programs on campus. And I would say this semester, all of those courses that are under those programs have filled. Students are interested in those programs. And so for the Southern University Shreveport campus, we have our engineering programs that we have approved, our new academic programs.
Any questions, Dr. Gant? Hearing none, thank you very much. And we move now to the Chancellor of New Orleans.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tauber. To Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, President Shields, we have talked a lot about the Bachelor of Science in Nursing at SUNO. We have just taken in the 3rd cohort for that program this year. We brought in 28 new students in the program. We'll graduate the 1st cohort this coming spring. And it has been an instrument of growth for the institution. We now have over 100 students in pre-nursing who are waiting to come into the program. And we aren't where SUBR is in terms of men, but we do have 3 men in this cohort that we just took in. As a part of the Center of Academic Excellence Intelligence Community, our cybersecurity program is a major player in that center. This is the 2nd year of the Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity. We started last year with 16 students. This year we have 40 students. We just hosted a CIA hackathon on the campus. Students from various majors, but especially computer information systems in cybersecurity participated in the hackathon, and that program is making significant strides. We were also able to hire 2 new faculty in the program this academic year. Also, at the Board of Regents, we have being considered a Bachelor in Data Science. This program, along with cybersecurity, will give us the capacity to develop programs in artificial intelligence. So we are making great strides in those areas. We also have on the drawing board programming cardiopulmonary science. One of the things that we want to do, because we have such a high demand for nursing, for those students who would not be able to get into nursing or maybe change their mind, that we would be able to keep them at the institution because we have a healthcare delivery program in that area. We're also planning a bachelor's in public health, which is much needed, and again, another health option for students at the institution. And long overdue is a bachelor's in music. Being in New Orleans, one of the things that surprised me when I went to SUNO is that we didn't have a program in music. So we are now developing a proposal for a Bachelor of Science in Music. We are hoping, Ms. Gaines, that we will be able to have that proposal ready by next year. So those are the highlights of what we're doing in terms of new academic programs at the university. One other thing that I would like to mention is that we will be hosting next week the Louisiana State Board of Nursing. The Board of Nursing is coming in after the National Accrediting Agency, and we expect to hear from CCNE, the Council of Colleges of Nurse Education, sometime during the month of October. So that concludes my report on academic programs.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes. Mondale.
Dr. Ammons, I heard you mention about starting a degree program for music. Would that be part of a first step to create a band similar to what we have up in the Shreveport area? Is that a part of what you're planning, sir? And if so, could you speak a little bit more on it, if you don't mind?
Yes, actually, the first step toward the band, you approved, I think 2 or 3 months ago, you approved a band fee.
Correct.
So we are now studying the feasibility of having band programs at the university, certainly a marching band, but also a jazz band at the institution.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for that. And we look forward to seeing them and hearing them soon.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. We now move to item 7, other business. Is there any other business before the committee, Mr. Fondell?
On each one of our chairs here, I see that we have SU votes. Yeah, and I want to thank whomever put this in our chairs. We know that it is a season of voting for us, and our students stand at the heart of voting here on campus over the last years here in registration, which has been done, education, but they've also participated here also. So I just want to say and continue to work on the SU Votes program at each one of our levels, at each one of our campuses, to our chancellors. I want to also speak about the band. And the reason I want to say this, it's not anything that we can do for this year. We have fees that are set aside each year that are set aside for the band. And we had a challenge here on last month with regards to the band being able to attend the game. And because of, I can't say a budget or whatever it may be, I would ask that we would revisit the fee structure, not only for the band, because inflation has caused the price of buses to come to my area from going from $12,000 to over $32,000. Now, there are folks in this room who helped us actively raise those funds to bring the band over to the Lake Charles area. But one of the questions I have is, could we look at revisiting the fees that are set aside for our students here? I had an opportunity earlier to talk with Ms. Bailey, and she told me some of the challenges that she faced and addressed in her area that were able to kind of help the students to readdress and to shift some of those funds to other places. So I just want us to make sure that, you know, the fees that we have are in line, that they are being used consistently, and if they need to be used to help address different needs with regards to, you know, our ambassadors, which is our band, showing up for those games, those communities like mine look forward to it. And we had an attendance record of over 16 to 17,000 people that showed up to a game where a university normally draws about 10 to 11,000. So the band is our ambassador. I just want to make sure through our chancellor here that we are addressing those challenges that they do have, and that there's some plan in the future, knowing that we can't do anything right now, moving into the next year, that we are in a position to address it. And Ms. Bailey, you may want to speak about, you know, how you address the challenges that you faced.
Thank you so much, Board Member Fondell. So at the Southern University at New Orleans campus, and this was a process, it's something that it took about 2 years or so for us to actively sit down, look at our student fees and see what fees we use, what fees we do not use, and those that we do not use. How can we stop the fees and repurpose those to best suit the university? So I do agree that, you know, every campus, every SGA president, SBA president should look at the fees and see what you use, what you do not use, and learn see how you can best utilize the fees to fit the student body. That's something that we did at Southern University at New Orleans, and I'm proud. Today, later in the agenda, we will speak about how we did it. So I'll speak more about that when it comes up on the agenda. So thank you.
Dr. Tarver, thank you for allowing the opportunity to speak and address some of these concerns, because I know it's more than just us in this room. There are folks that are watching here, you know, throughout Jaguar Nation. So
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fondell. Yes, Mr. Smith.
I just want to say the band is very important, and it's a good point you made about the band being one of our ambassadors. So I would say, Mr. Chairman, we need to get with the athletic department. We need to find a way to get Southern to play against Tulane again, because I used to love those games back in the day, and having the Southern band play at halftime. It's a lot better than the band at Tulane. All right, can you do that? Make that happen.
That's probably only second to them playing at Peabody High School Stadium. Everybody has a little feet.
Any other further comments from Ms. Secretary? Hearing none. The next item is adjournment. A motion to adjourn. Moved by Mr. Gilliam and seconded by Ms. Gaines. Thank you very much. We are now adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Tulane could be a money game. That's right. Thank you, Dr. Tarver. I'm going to ask that the chair of the facility committee, in the absence of the chair, that Dr. Whitfield take over the facility committee. And we're adding Dr. Orlando Williams to that committee, if you will, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we now call Facilities and Properties Committee to order? Can I get a roll call vote, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Attorney Edwin Shorty, Attorney Des Moines Rutledge, Mr. Paul Matthews, Mrs. Ann Smith, Dr. Leon Tarver, Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Here.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
Dr. Orlando Williams. Okay. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now go to agenda item 3 for the adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion for the adoption of the agenda, please? So moved by Paul Matthews, second by Dr. Williams. All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none. We'll now move to agenda item 4, public comments. Are there any public comments germane to the Facilities and Properties Committee? We do have one public comment. Could you please state your name, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Swathi Barathi, and thank you for your time to talk. I'm the Business Development Executive with Sodexo Magic. Sodexo Magic is 51% owned by Mr. Johnson, Magic Johnson, with the focus of diversity and minority communities and businesses. Exposure, investment, and continued transformation for students, faculty, staff, the system, and community is not just about short-term success, but the long-term success. Our goal is to be inclusive and ensure that we are bringing everyone to the table. We want to leverage Sodexo Magic and the Magic Johnson enterprise to amplify the Southern system. Having the backing of Mr. Johnson means internships, not just with the dining team or the Southern system, but many partnerships that the Magic Johnson enterprise have across the nation. Earlier, the STEM NOLA program by Dr. Calvin Mackey was mentioned. We currently have partnerships with Grambling and Xavier with this program, even with Bayou Classic in regards to celebrity ambassadors. For example, 2 weeks ago, we brought in Cedric the Entertainer and Anthony Anderson to Jackson State. Why? Because we have AC Barbecue as a partner there, and these gentlemen have started this barbecue company. Well, that gained exposure for Jackson State and ended with the night of the band having a halftime show with Anthony Anderson and Cedric the Entertainer. Speaking of partnerships, we currently have Grambling, Xavier, Dillard, and majority share of UL system with 5 out of the 9 campuses. We also have partnership with the Superdome, World War II Museum, and the Convention Center. Speaking of HBCUs, we have Prairie View A&M, Texas Southern, Howard, just to name a few, with the recent win of Morehouse. Our team has been in talks with members of the Southern community and leadership of the system for the last few years to understand the vision, needs, gaps of the dining program for Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and Shreveport. I personally have been visiting campuses and meeting with individuals every month for the last year to see the dining program in real time. The success over the 5 years for the Agriculture Center partnerships has been exceptional to watch. We want to not only be a partner in continuing the development of this program, but allow room for collaboration with subject matter experts in our team and our enterprise in agriculture, sustainability, and health and wellness programming. It is clear that Southern is synonymous with excellence based on my last year's worth of conversations, research, and listening to everyone this morning. Transformation should be consistent at Southern University, not as needed. Although investment is crucial, through an RFP process, it would allow the system to see greater investment opportunities through a competitive bid, along with an array of program enhancements, and expand what partnership looks like between a food service provider and a university like Southern University. Sodexo Magic believes in going beyond the walls of dining, and we are just looking for the opportunity to be given a fair chance.
Keep going. Are you finished?
Fair chance through the RFP process to show this system what the opportunities for investment and growth for your students, faculty, staff, and communities surrounding the campuses look like with Sodexo Magic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other public comments pertaining to the agenda? Yes, we have our SJ president.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Just something that I wanted to bring up is I think we should invest in better elevator systems on campus. I feel like lately we've had a lot of maintenance issues with the elevators and just times when they're not in usage or not working, which could be an issue with our ADA compliance. I know that it goes into deeper conversations, but I just want to make the board aware of that if you all aren't already, because I just keep getting reports about it, and I think this is the best time for that to be brought up as well. But that's all I have.
Thank you so much.
Elevator company that I use downtown, and they service these elevators 24/7. There's a little button you can hit on my elevators, and they'll be there within an hour. Do we have a contract with those folks?
I know there is a contract with elevator service company. Probably don't have the technology to hit the button on the elevator and then come out, but I know there is a contract and there is some assistance for elevator servicing. Just to address that, we do know that we have elevators that are 40 years old. We have some that maybe even a little bit older. Part of our goal when we're doing our deferred maintenance program is to address that. As you know, a lot of investment is going into deferred maintenance to the campuses. We are going to look at addressing elevators and seeing what we need to do to replace them.
But my question was more directed to Landmark, whatever the ones downtown, I have a contract with them. It's not that expensive. But if you enter into the contract with them, that'll solve the SGA president problem right now. So, and it's not that expensive, Mr. President, but then the button that I'm talking about is like a phone. You can call emergency if somebody's trapped on there. So I think we need to address what she just brought up and maybe look at just, instantly fixing that issue, because if something were to happen to one of those kids on our elevators, and I don't think we have air conditioning vents on those deals, but it's right downtown. I'll get the information for her and see if we can get into a short-term agreement until the state gives us some money. So that would solve her problem. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Attorney Clay. All right, we will now move to any other public comments? Any other public comments? Hearing none, we'll move to action item 5A, facility update, SUS system approval to pursue the EPA community change grant. I won't read that.
Right, yeah, Chancellor.
Brother Dawson, I'll let you go.
Chancellor will handle that particular item.
Yes. Good morning again. This is an opportunity. So what I'm asking the board to do is to authorize Southern University and A&M College to submit a grant in conjunction with the Southern University Alumni Federation, Urban Edge Development LLC, and the Southern University system. So the EPA Community Change Grant is a grant that allows for infrastructure improvements, and the university can get that. Part of that infrastructure improvement is related to housing, and another opportunity is what I will use the term community center. After looking at various ideas with respect to the master plan and the property that is owned by the Southern University Alumni Federation, and having discussions with Mr. Darren Dixon and others, I thought this is an opportunity for us to submit a grant as part of a collaborative to see if we can secure the funding that will help us do two things. It will help us solve our need for housing. We definitely know that we need more housing. There aren't any quick solutions to that. But when this opportunity was presented, I said, this is an aha moment, perhaps, and we should go for it. The actual grant proposal is due November 21st. The structure of this proposed idea would be to build a housing unit, student housing unit, that would take care of approximately 450, I think it's 450 units of beds. Am I saying that right? Right, yeah. Right.
Yes.
And that wouldn't solve all of our problems, but it would be a step in the right direction. The max on this grant for just the housing piece would be $20 million. $12 million could go into the actual construction. $8 million has to be given to develop what we call sustainable practices, whether it be solar, power, a better HVAC, more sustainable sewer, water, all those kinds of things, monitoring devices. And when I looked at the master plan and what it would cost basically to build a unit, that would be about $28 million. That would drive down the need to borrow money. And if we had $12 million plus the land as part of this whole process, we could have a housing unit that really would cash flow well, generate dollars, and so forth and so on. The other aspect of it is that the Alumni Federation has wanted to develop an economic center or a community center, and this allows for the development of another one. So that would be two separate grant proposals. And we have one or two big advantages. One, we already have a situation where we deal with disaster preparedness. The F.G. Clark Activity Center is a place where we can house people for disasters. So part of this center is to deal with a number of different issues for the community, to provide what I would call access to community space
And it particularly focused on the types of communities that are around Southern University and A&M College, whereby we have opportunities for new market tax credits, et cetera. So to me, this is a pathway to this opportunity. I'm asking the board to authorize us to go into a process to submit the grant. If we get the grant, then we've got to deal with other issues, but this is the first step. And I want to say, to the extent that it may be applicable to Southern University Shreveport, Southern University New Orleans, that's also an opportunity. The point is, we're in the right, all of our land masses are in the right zones for this to happen. And I think this would be a very, very important first step. We had a meeting with the Southern University Alumni Federation executive team. They're in support of this, and I'm asking the board to bless us to go forward and submit this proposal.
Are there any questions for Chancellor Pierre on action item 5A1?
The property is right here across, as you come up Harding at the corner, right here, near the river. It is on Harding Boulevard, past the, as you come up before you take the turn. It's right
past the parking lot.
Yes.
Area where they have
Yes.
cleared.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. One other question. Let's say this was to go forward, and hopefully, because it's a great idea, who would be the manager, the property manager of that, and oversee the housing?
Those are the things that we've got to work out. There are a number of different scenarios. Urban area says we could do it. The university could do it. Foundation. There are a number of different things that we sort of need to work through, because one of the things that I'll say, at least as it relates to the community development or the community development possibility, based upon the master plan that I have seen, if we could get $20 million, that means that building would be debt free, and it would afford us an opportunity to bring revenue, and that could benefit the Alumni Federation. Because one of the things that at least I've tried to do is let's help the Alumni Federation generate dollars so they can give scholarships to our students. They have been very, very dedicated to doing that. And I found that we have developed a very good working relationship. And when we partner together to do things, we can make progress.
You also mentioned the new market tax credits. How
Yes.
does that apply to this situation?
Well, because of where we're located, in fact, actually because of where the Southern University Shreveport is located, Southern University New Orleans is located, we are prime. There's a prime opportunities for each one of our land masses to take advantage of new market tax credits.
So that would be in addition to the grant?
Well, it would be part of the structure to drive down the cost. And I don't want to try to be the finance expert. What I've been told is, to the extent that we have new market tax credits, that helps us even more to drive down the cost.
The cost of it. Okay.
Any further discussion?
Just a quick question.
Zell.
You said the grant's due in November?
November
The
21st.
application's due in November, and when would it be issued? What's it?
I can't predict the political, but the idea is that hopefully there would be an issuance in December before the beginning of the year. I mean, it's a pretty rigorous time slot. I think what I've discovered is that there are a number of opportunities that are being presented as part of these packages that Congress passed for investment in infrastructure. So obviously the November election will tell us a lot, and that's the best I can tell you. But hopefully we get an award in December. Hopefully we're successful.
Any further discussion, questions? Hearing none, we so moved by Paul, Dr. Tarver. Properly seconded by Paul Matthews. All those in favor? Any objections? Hearing none, now we'll move to action item 5B, proposal by Aramark to enhance dining investment and resources for Southern University and A&M College SUBR.
Yes, and thank you. So actually in June, prior to taking over the reins as chancellor of Southern University and A&M College, I had a conversation with Aramark, and they have said we want to bring investment to the facilities at Southern for food programming. And I said, well, let me see what you're talking about. So apparently there had been some discussions maybe 2 years ago or prior to that. And after getting together different aspects of our campus community, we have come up with a proposal that I think the board should look at, make a determination if this is the right type of investment. The one thing that I insisted upon in all the discussions is that no matter what the amount was, that there would not be a contract extension. Now, this is extremely important because I think in previous discussions, there had been the discussion about a contract extension. The current Airmark contract lasts until 2029. So we've got essentially 4.5 years or 4 years plus a few months on that contract. And I think it's important for our students to see an investment in the dining facilities. Also, I think it's important for our faculty and staff to see an investment and a refresh, because there are places where we're dining, and Airmark has presented some ideas, and we've gone back and forth. We've brought in a lot of different individuals. Mr. McClendon has been at the table, Ms. Desiree Honoré Thomas, faculty, students, staff have been at the table. And I thought that this was an idea worthy of presenting to the board, for the board to consider. The thing that I am adamant about is that no matter what, the contract will not change. It will end on 2029 unless the board says, hey, there's a reason to go through a process. And I understand there is a discussion about an RFP process, but I think this is an advantage for us if we can move forward for additional investments. So I asked the board to really pay attention to what is being proposed. I will not tell you that it's the perfect process. It's not. But I think it's worthy of discussion, and that's what I'm presenting here. And Airmark can speak better to what it is that they're proposing so that you can listen.
Before we start, and to be clear, we're not voting. This is just to hear the proposal. Dr. Williams, I think you had a question, then Dr. Attorney Clayton had a question or a comment.
Can I see the contract? Because I was not under the impression that this contract was until 2029. I was under the impression that this contract is up now. And so I have a question as to, they've had the contract for several years, and then now we are getting this proposal to do something that was asked at the beginning of their contract. So I'm just confused as to the date. I know we're not voting it, and I do know that there needs to be further discussion, especially if we're considering an RFP.
Attorney Clayton.
You just said that the contract has no extension of this contract. As a matter of fact, on August 19th, you put in a letter, and I quote, Aramark has a contract with Southern University System that benefits Southern University A&M College until 2029. The proposed investment is a multi-million-dollar investment that would improve dining facilities at Southern University. Based upon my analysis, the term of contract would not have to be amended. Therein lies a problem for me, because the document that Dr. Shields presented to us does not address any issues of the extension of this contract. But when you go and pull up the real deal that they're presenting to us, it expands it to 3034. It amends it, and it has you amortize the money up until 3034. Hold on a second, that's not right. To come to the school and tell us 2029, and then when you read the small print, it extends it to 2029. And not only that, and okay, but I didn't cut you off. And well, let me read it to you. So here it is right here. So when you pull up the proposal, Southern University update summary, updated and term proposal. This is from you. Well, the president submitted to us, but it's in small writing, I might add. Updated and term proposals 2029 with amortization of capital through 2034 based on the feedback from some September 10th, 24 meeting. And then it goes on to say, and since y'all listen to Dr. Tarver a little bit more than me, I'll show you where it breaks it down, the amortization till 2034. So they're backdooring us and they're extending it. I'm gonna wrap it up with this. The young lady I just heard from, Sodexo Magic. I met her. I went to that thing with whatever those people or those actors. Terrence Ginn stopped me and said, Tony, will you really look at this and do an RFP? And he made a lot of sense. Because why? Aramark promised us this, Orlando, when I was back on the board. And why now, board members? Why is Aramark coming at this time saying, oh, we're going to give you $3 million here, $13 million? Why now? Why hadn't you done it when you were supposed to have done it? And then the back door and put this to 2034 piece, and we can deal with the lawyers on that. I have a serious fundamental problem to tell me that it's raining outside when it's somebody's doing something differently. And that's I'm going to read this stuff, and I'm going to read it. I may be wrong, but I might be right. And so what's wrong with an RFP? Let's get Sodexo, let's match the money. Let's see. When you look at my colleague over here who never agrees with me, he just showed me. That's true. 1,955, and Aramark's giving LSU, and they're giving all these other folks thousands, if not millions of dollars. Then you come to us under the cover of this deal and said, hey, it won't extend past 2029. When I'm reading it, that it would be extended to 2034. Am I wrong on this?
Well, so let me respond to you, sir.
But shouldn't you have responded before and told us so that we can, Tony Clay, what if nobody else read that?
No. That's so let me be very clear. This is an investment to improve our dining facilities. The term of the contract legally does not go beyond 2029. Now, amortization is a business decision. Okay, that's a business decision. You may decide that that's not good business, and I will accept that as your employee.
That's not good business. It extends the contract to
it does not. No, but I just want to be
maybe not the terms of the contract.
It does not extend the contract. No, I must correct you on that, Mr. Clayton. I don't like to correct you, but I must. It does not extend the term of the contract. Now, we may argue about amortization, Mr. McClinton, and all the good financial folks, because I don't pretend to be a finance guy or a lawyer in this role. I am a guy who's bringing ideas and opportunities to this board. And the board doesn't have to agree with me. You will not hurt my feelings. But my point is, everybody recognizes that there needs to be a difference and a refresh. How we get there, we can differ about how we get there.
If my house costs me $100,000, folks, in the contract, I got to pay $100,000 plus the interest, and it's amortized for another 15 years so I can pay that whole back, you got another 15 years you're tacking on. Why are they doing it? It's semantics with you and I, but it's still a contract to 2034. It is extending it.
But
guys.
that's not true, Mr.
Okay, well then you and I disagree.
That's right. We disagree. That's not true. But what I will say, let me just say this. I will say this. That is why Aramark is here. You can ask them all the questions you want. And that is your privilege as a board, because I trust in this board asking the right questions.
So let's hear the proposal, and then we can get our questions.
I know Orlando has. I was clear, and I shouldn't sway the board. My role is to govern the board and the meeting. There will be no vote on the contract today. I was insisting on that. I don't even hear these conversations. I expect to hear other proposals. I think that's fair. I ask for comparisons. If this is a great deal, show us why it's a great deal as compared to what institution or other institutions. So anybody can come and do what Aramark is doing. We're not going to vote. As chair, I'm not going to put on the agenda to vote for a food service contract. There are members that can add it if collectively decide to do so, but we're not at that point. We are at a point where we ought to start the discussion. We're not clear about which direction we want to go in first of all. So everyone has an opportunity. I've heard from more than Sodexo that would like to look at this, and I think they deserve the right. More importantly, our students are the ones that will dictate how this contract will be delivered. And I had the conversation with our SGA president and our Ms. Southern. I'm listening to them before any decision is made, before I bring recommendations, and they're going to participate very, very heavily in this. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Attorney, Dr. Tarver.
That's what you feel.
I'm so used to
This is
Tony
people
Clayton over
listening
there.
because I'm an attorney.
We all look alike.
Actually, what I think should be an outcome of the presentation should address at least the concern of the so-called possible extension. And I glean from all of that the possibility that if something didn't go right, then it would sort of bounce back on the institution for an additional period of time, which might interfere with the whole question of whether or not we have another contract outlet that they can participate in and other companies can participate in at the expiration period for 29. So thinking that, I'll just wait to listen because I think all of us are concerned about the same question.
John, can we hear the presentation and let because we'll be here till about 9 o'clock tonight. I was trying to get us out of here. Okay.
My intent is this. Standing still is not an option. I trust in the wisdom of the board to wherever we go, but standing still is not an option. That's my only comment.
Thank you, Orlando. You'll be first after the presentation. Did you have enough? You good? Okay, good. Okay, good. Air Mark.
Hey, thank you. Good morning, or I guess good afternoon at this point. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you to Chairman Lawson, the rest of the distinguished board. I'll tell you a little secret. I've been watching these board meetings over the years just to kind of know what's going on and on the campus, and certainly spend a lot of time here. So I guess I'm a little starstruck today to be here, a part of the conversation, but appreciate it. So thanks again to Dr. Shields, Chancellor Ammons, Chancellor Gant, Chancellor McMeans, Chancellor Washington, and certainly Chancellor Pierre, and I guess a special shout out to Mr. McClinton. We've certainly worked on a number of these over the past few years. So I guess I'd like to start the presentation with a question. Is basically, does anybody recall where they were on January 15th, 2020? I don't expect anybody to. I looked it up to know where I was because it was my first week on the job as a district manager that had the Southern system as a part of my role. And our team had just presented a proposal over at the White House to Dr. Pelton. And it's my understanding that it ended with him saying, let's get it done. If there's a will, there is a way. Well, somewhere along the way, will got lost, a pandemic hit, and that faded into the past. So since that time, I have personally participated in and working on at least a half dozen proposals with members in this room. And for some reason or another, we've never gotten to the point to speak to the board. So all along the way, I would say that we have continued to try to partner with each institution in the system to elevate the student experience. So on the Baton Rouge campus, in the past few years, we've worked with the dean of the libraries to put in 3 brands on the campus and kind of activate that space. We added a late night dining period, pushed our service there to 10 o'clock for students to be able to use that facility. Mayberry, we added a hydroponic garden, digital menu boards and nutritional information. We've added graphics, and we even put a wall that seems simple to hide the tray return, so that's not the last thing you see when you walk out the door. In retail, point of sale across the campus, added Grubhub kiosk and mobile ordering for the Chick-fil-A to speed the service up. It was actually in the student newspaper. I remember Randall sending it to me, and the headline was Aramark does it again. And generally when you see that in the student newspaper in the food service business, it's like, oh, what did we do? But it was actually a positive comment about how it helped with the line management. So, and then, the other thing over there is we opened up the Prime Grill, and when it's available, we buy Sun beef from the University Ag Center as our primary ground beef for that program. Down the road in New Orleans, Dr. Ammons and I and his team, Dr. Johnson, Dr. Ross, Arlene Whaley, we really kind of concentrated on fixing the facility, adding some equipment, fresh coat of paint, graphics. We added weekend service, and we brought a chef to the team in the past 2 years. In Susla, We've added new meal plan structures, weekend service there. Just last spring, we put up an entire retail wall. It's sort of the center picture in the collage up there. And just this summer, refreshed the cafe line to kind of give it a new look and feel, and it really sort of changed the way that we deliver our program there to provide more variety and more personalization. So that's all behind us. Today is about the future, and to what Chancellor Pierre spoke to. I came here in July or June, whenever it was, and we sat down and talked about what his vision for the campus was and how we might be a part of that. And part of the conversation was around the last proposal that we had provided probably 2 years ago, a year ago, that was interim as well for the system. And he said, "Hey, I want you to dust that off, and I want you to work with the campus and create a new proposal." So that we started on that journey. And I guess I want to stop here for a second, and I don't know if it's a public service announcement, but basically go on record to say that we welcome the conversations at SUSLA and SUNO to have a collaborative conversation of this nature as well. Obviously, Chancellor Pierre made this a Baton Rouge conversation, and that's kind of how we landed on this, but appreciate that. So since July, myself and all levels of the organization have been working on an ever-growing group of university stakeholders and our team to put together a proposal. Each time we've met, we've refined it, and we've been challenged, and Chancellor Pierre has had his cheerful smile on his face and his bulldog tenacity, and asked us to sharpen the pencil every single time. So that peaked probably 2 weeks ago. We had a meeting here on campus, hurricane bearing down on the city of Baton Rouge, and we spent, I guess, probably 3.5, 4 hours walking through a proposal and discussing it. There was 50 members probably of the campus community at that meeting, and our team was here up to and including our CEO, who's been to this campus a number of times, because it was that important to him to participate and to make sure that the campus was aware of that. So let's get to the point. So I know that what you have in front of you is basically 5 pages of finances, but I'd like a little latitude today to talk about kind of the meat on the bones, or the kind of the color behind it. Kind of what does that buy you? How does that $28 million of value come to life on the campus, and what's the impact to the student experience? So I have some colleagues here today with me. Fenimore Fisher, who is the Vice President of DE&I Initiatives for our corporation. Micah Boudreau, who is the Strategic Positioning Manager for our line of business. Alistair McLean, who is our RVP for the South region. And Randall Andre, who's the General Manager of this site and has worked here for, 16, 18 years. And quite honestly, has a passion for food, and is just a great guy, and has done a great service to this campus. So as we walk through the concepts and the commitments that we're going to talk about, I've tried to bucket them into kind of 3 strategic pillars. All of these with the goal to elevate the Southern student experience. We want to ignite we want to ignite our power to attract and retain students, and be very intentional in helping lift up others along the way. So the 3 buckets: enabling student success. That's why we're all here. We're here to help train young men and women and send them out into the world to do great things. And we want to be a part of that. The second piece of it is supporting the institutional mission. So really creating an environment that helps attract and retain those students. And then finally, engaging the community in and around the city of Baton Rouge and the Baton Rouge landmass, because we know our responsibility goes beyond just the borders of this campus. So I'm going to have Micah come on up, and she's going to talk to you a bit about how we want to enable student success.
Can you tell us why y'all didn't put forth the $13 million? Was it because of the pandemic, or why didn't y'all do what y'all promised years ago? And I see you trying to put it off on the previous administration. I happen to have been there, and I remember President Belton, and I remember all the promises that were made. We were excited. I remember Hammond got 60, 70 million, whatever that university, and y'all didn't deliver. And you're coming to us now saying, all right, guys, I want to do it now, but we're going to have to finance it and pay it off to another 6 years on the contract. And if I'm wrong on that, tell me why I'm wrong. But before you go there, why didn't you deliver when you said you were going to deliver?
Well, I don't know. I'm completely in the way to answer that question because I wasn't a part of that original conversation.
That's fair.
I am aware that we have tried to pursue it. And actually, Alistair was obviously at that table, so he can probably be more apt to respond.
You're coming, y'all going to try to do it?
No, well, I'll let him answer that specific deal. So
Yeah, Chairman Clayton, thank you for the question.
Chairman Clayton, you going to?
Oh,
you just lost.
Good seeing y'all. Bye-bye. I would answer that all of the things in the contract, the current contract that we operate under, have been fulfilled, and all of the dollars that were committed and the investments made were made. A lot of the things that were on the collage, and I would take great pride in saying that not just Brett, but our teams at Suno and Susla, Donnie and Mickey, and certainly Randall here have actually continued to invest well beyond what the contractual terms and requirements were of Aramark. I think the challenge around the investment that was proposed in the past, and certainly the one today, is that it requires a much more significant investment with amortization terms. And it's those amortization terms that really require a contract amendment. And yes, you're absolutely correct that this proposal does extend the amortization.
And stop there. That's all I wanted this board to hear. And no slight on my chancellor. He's really my favorite one. But that's what I really want to talk about. Just tell us if we're and then no, but I mean I love you too, McBean. But this is yeah, I am. But this is where I want to start. Now we can start off the talk. But I do think Sodexo Magic and the other folks ought to have an opportunity. But now I appreciate what you just said because he was my law professor, so he taught me how to read these contracts. I think you taught me contracts, and so anyway, I'm pausing from here on out. I appreciate that.
Well, Mr. Clayton.
I know this conversation is specific to Southern University here in Baton Rouge, but realize too that these proceedings are being streamed real time back to Shreveport also. And my phone has been popping up here with students, faculty, and staff from the Shreveport area. With some concerns too, saying the fact that, of course, overall, I don't know what the general, let's include Suno in that also. But, okay, but the idea is, of course, there are some concerns, and we would like for Shreveport and New Orleans to be considered in this conversation as it goes forward. For instance, I'm hearing here, it may be a generalization, but it needs to be part of the conversation. It says that, of course, it says the service is not good. I know in the Shreveport instance, we're located in what's called a food island, if you will, or food desert. Our campus, and it says that many, they're telling me here, and I'm looking at my students, faculty, and staff, have to leave campus to find food. And I remind you, gentlemen, we're located 7 miles from downtown Shreveport. So we would like very much to be included in this conversation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
He's echoing the same thing that I was going to present as well.
Okay.
So you have the benefit because you have the contract, but that also gives you a record of service with the constituents or beneficiaries or the parties of the contract. So as you have supported Suno and Susla, one question I would ask, if it's not in your presentation, is speak to the service that has been provided and your assessment of the service, because to what my colleague has just said, the feedback we get from students and faculty and staff is not necessarily representative of the service level that they want, according to their feedback.
Woman Bailey.
And I would just like to add, so yesterday we did have a conversation about Susler and Suno. As I am a student, I do eat in the caf, and I had those same concerns that, yeah, we're talking about at SUBR, but what about Susler and Suno? And when that conversation is introduced, and they assure me that it will be introduced later on, but it is a conversation that we will have. And when we have that conversation, I'll be assured to include Mr. Davenport, who serves as the SGA president at State University in Shreveport. So just know I did ask them about Susler and Suno, because as well as you all get those emails and text messages, I get them as well. And I'm a student, and I also have concerns. So Suno and Susler, we are not being overlooked. That conversation will be had, and we're going to sit down with Chairman Lawson and those appropriate parties to ensure that we are at the table and we have our concerns addressed as well as the BR campus.
Thank you. So I would ask the board if we could just hold all questions so we can get through the presentation, and then we can get the questions at the end. Yes, sir. All right, so Micah.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chairman, Vice Chairman, President Shields, and the distinguished board. I will just say that this is a career high for me. If you can't tell by my last name being Boudreaux, I am born and raised in this great state of Louisiana. And my journey with this company started right here in New Orleans. I will say that one thing that other companies do not have is the personal connection that I have, especially when it comes to my career post-graduation with this institution. I have been with Aramark Collegiate Hospitality for 16 years. I started as a student worker making $7.35. And my career was able to go and grow because of the opportunities I was afforded. I was able to travel the country. I was able to support other HBCUs, other colleges and universities throughout the South. I was able to also, in 2020, come back to this great state with my family in tow. These people in this room with our Aramark team has seen me grow. Randall was a chef here when I started. Mickey was one of my first managers at Suno. Donnie and I met years ago when I came back to become the district marketing manager for Aramark Collegiate Hospitality for this great state of Louisiana and East Texas. I will say I was the first African American in this role for this state, and this is a very personal endeavor for me. This is more than what our competitors can say. I will also say that being and working for the largest US-based food service company has afforded me great opportunities, and it is a vested interest personally for myself, not for Aramark, that we are continuing to grow and show that representation for those Black and brown individuals in this state, that we are coming back and giving back to the local economy. And the way that we're doing that is enabling our student success. I know I talked a little bit about student employment, and for me, that was big. I paid my way through school, and before I had my beautiful twins 6 years ago, my greatest accomplishment was the fact that I was able to graduate with my 2 degrees and minors completely debt-free. I worked 3 jobs all through my college career so that I was able to pay my way through and not owe a red cent. Although I was able to do those things, I understand the struggle that it has for a lot of our students today. The rise in financial hardships, as well as debt and personal debt, in order to afford themselves the opportunity to do better for this state and this nation, is something that is not lost on me. It is my journey and it is my personal vendetta to be able to help bring down those walls and the struggles that these students have, to show them that there is a way and to help carve that path. In order to do that, we are walking the walk. Over 40% of our team here at this campus is comprised of students. That is something that, again, with my undergrad, I wouldn't have had a career if I didn't have the job. I would not have graduated if I didn't have my job with Aramark. Another reason why you'll see is also through our scholarships. As you can see, we are dedicated in our opportunities and our commitments to scholarships. We are looking to have not just one bucket, but 2 buckets of scholarships, directed scholarships within our family consumer science, as well as hydroponic gardens, and even our Nelson Mandela School. Our other bucket is something that is also very personal for me. And when it comes to this, I do tend to get a little emotional, because growing up in Algiers Point of the West Bank of New Orleans, very poor, where when it would rain outside, it would rain inside. Food insecurity is near and dear to my heart. We are proposing an increase in our meal plan scholarships. So our total would be over $500,000 in scholarships throughout the term. Along with this, holistic health and wellness is very important. And it's not just for our everyday student, but also to our athletes. As you can see through our Eat to Excel program that was designed and propped up by our state-of-the-art app technology, alongside our dietitians and our registered nutritionists, we would be able to link our menus to our apps that are reaching our students in the way that they are used to. This will allow students to make the right choice in a moment's notice on how to best fuel their bodies when it comes to our games. This is something that we have linked to several other universities and colleges within the region and all over the country. Lastly, I want to talk about internships. And again, internships is my story. It started because I had to have an internship to graduate. They didn't have an internship that was created, and I had to help write what that curriculum looked like. But my internship is something that has helped pave the way. I don't do this for Aramark Collegiate Hospitality. I do it for every Black and brown person after me. I do this for my daughter, and I do this for my son. I do this because I want to show that these internships are more than just when it comes to culinary, but we also are looking to expand in marketing, which is my background.
I want to just ask that we kind of close it down a little bit, because
Absolutely.
we have a large agenda that we still need to cover.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Thank you so much for your time today, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, well, message heard, and we'll expedite. So I guess I want to kind of a couple things that we'll make sure that the renderings, all the inspirational photos and all that are forwarded as a part of an appendix, I guess, to the board packet. So 2 things I wanted to call out that are unique to this deal is an innovation fund, which would be 1% of the dining revenue would go back into the program for anything programmatically that would help the program. So it could be people, could be operational equipment or whatnot. So Cafe Lacumba is a great example. We could refresh that space over there, have a speaker come in, stuff along those lines. So that's a unique piece to it that grows as the institution grows. And I think it's over $600,000 from an estimate standpoint. The other piece of it, I think, is very unique and has changed, is the scope of the in-kind catering here. Chancellor Pierre and the folks that we met with, the idea of that being expanded beyond just the Chancellor's office. So staff, faculty will have opportunities to participate in that. So the main pieces around the facilities are Mayberry, $10 million worth of renovation to basically make that best in class. Once again, I will forward all this on to those. And I said we'll point out the updates to the concessions environment at Mumford And then there's some money in the contract, like the proposal around updates to Dunn, the law school, and the Chick-fil-A in the Union building. So that's the core pieces of the capital. And you all have kind of the 5-pager that's got a lot more of the details in it, but we'll send some of that stuff forward. So appreciate the conversation.
Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you.
And in the essence of times, we're gonna keep it moving. Board members, put your questions together, and we'll be forward to Reverend Tobin.
My question is for Mr. Clayton.
He's always picking on me, but go ahead.
When we had developed this contract with Airmark and voted on it, I'm kind of confused because there were some things they said they would do back then. And are you saying they have not done those things?
I'm saying they have not, and I think I'm reading where you're going, and I don't think they fulfilled their bargain to the contract. And so you read into it whatever you want. I just don't think Airmark did it. I was impressed with whoever the other gentleman with the yellow tie on today. Maybe they will, but from this board person perspective, and I was there, they have not completed it. But you know, that's up to the board and the rest of you guys. I do think the chair will guide us on this deal. And but if you ask me, no, it has not been fulfilled in its entirety. Maybe it was the pandemic, whatever the leader of that organization said. But I think they owe us, and not to have us add 6 more years onto it. But we just need to all sit down and talk, or y'all need to talk and bring it back to us with a cleaner proposal.
I just have one more question. I'll be finished, Mr. Chairman. It's for the attorney. Mr. DeQueer, based on your knowledge of the contract, have they lived up to the contract?
I can't answer that. I don't have enough information as to what's going on daily on campus.
Well, that would probably be executive session in that conversation. So I think that's the only appropriate time to have that conversation would be executive session.
That would not be an executive session issue, would it be?
Not necessarily. If we are going to threaten suit for a breach of the agreement, then yes. In terms of what's going on inside of the facility and whether or not they've lived up to the indicators, I have not been asked to check against the contract what's been provided, so I really don't know the answers to the question.
So now that's not fair to do it to the lawyer.
I'm not threatening anything.
I know,
I was just asking for information.
And we revisit this again as item number 5 under legal, by the way.
Right. All right. Thank you so much again. We'll now move to informational items. 6. Number 1, Louisiana Board of Regents campus tours. That could be done briefly. Brother Dawson, I appreciate you.
Yeah, the campus tours, you know, we do this every year. The Board of Regents basically organize a tour to every campus to talk about projects that are upcoming, what the campuses are looking at. Most of those will be scheduled in October. I think we've already reached out to all the chancellors about the dates, so that would be moving forward, sir.
All right. And informational items. Any questions? Information item 1. Okay. Number 2, fiscal year 2025-26 capital outlay. E-court submissions.
Yes, sir. We are asked every year. President Shields wants to make sure that we got the potential possible projects out to the board to review early. That's what you have with you that you could look at a part of your packet. These are concerning projects that we will be moving forward with capital outlay requests for the next session. It's not going anywhere yet. It's an opportunity for you to look at, ask any questions, get back to me, talk to the president, chancellors, whomever, and we'll be putting that together for the submission at a later date.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dawson.
So ideally, the board needs to be prepared to vote on this at the next board meeting,
yes,
because it has to be submitted November 1st, right?
To the Board of Regents, yes, sir.
Yeah, so we want to give you ample opportunity to review these raised questions so that we can act on them in the October board.
Yeah. Just one more, just very, very briefly. I just want to say, you can see we have things going on. I'm sure you were surprised about how the building looked with all the scaffolding around here. We have projects moving. We had a groundbreaking yesterday on the amphitheater. We also have pre-bid on the poultry and swine farm today. We have a pre-bid on the demonstration farm project. We have meat lab bid. We have there would be a groundbreaking next board meeting on the police station. All I'm saying is we have a lot of projects moving forward, and we're very gracious to present that to this board and for the students and for this university.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Agenda item 7, other business. Hearing none, move for adjournment. So moved. Properly second, meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, standing in for Attorney Shorty. We'll go directly into finance next. At the chair of the Committee of Finance, Dr. Orlando Williams, take charge of our committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to call the Finance Committee to order.
I'm sorry, Mrs. L. Dudley, if she will, to the Finance Committee. Sure.
Roll call, please.
Yes, Doctor. Dr. Orlando Williams.
Present.
Mrs. Ann Smith. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
Mrs. L. Dudley.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Ms. Reeves, second by Mr. Gilliam. All those in favor? Motion passes. Are there any public comments? Seeing none. Item 5, action item, on-campus residential housing fee increases 25-26 academic year. Mr. Gilliam?
Madam Chair, action item 5B, I believe it is. Dr. Ammons, if you would, and I believe my illustrious board member.
Let's vote on 5A first.
I move for approval.
Motion by Mr. Gilliam to approve. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Giselle Dudley. All those in favor? Motion passes. Item B, Southern University New Orleans student fee referendum.
That's one if you would like.
Mr. Gilliam.
Okay, just to Dr. Ammons and the illustrious board member, Ms. Bailey. I notice here indeed, by the way, Madam Board Member Bailey, you offered this, I believe, as a referendum. It shows wisdom and insight on your part. And as one of my children says, don't spend a lot of time with people that don't bring value. I need to commend you. You have brought great value to this board. You authored the initiative, I believe, to do the above and beyond for students. And the question is raised, why not students? So thank you for the insight for that. By the same token, I noticed that you've led the initiative here for the student referendum. The question I'm asking, I guess of yourself and Dr. Ammons and possibly the financial person, how is this quantified? I noticed that you have indicated that it's going to support cheer, dance, the royal court, athletics, class news, newspaper, yearbook, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, the referendum passed with your support. Thank you again. But I guess I'm asking Dr. Ammons, what kind of financial burden are we putting on our students?
Okay,
and
so
what will be the source of it? Will it be covered by financial aid, et cetera, et cetera?
okay, so the first proposal that was voted on by the students, and again, I want to President Bailey for her leadership. These are existing fees, and the proposal is to add language to the fees to allow the SGA to provide support for students who participate as cheerleaders, who participate on the Royal Court, and in other student organizations that these fees are attached to. So it's not a new fee, they are existing fees.
Okay, they're just readjusted.
The use of the fees would be adjusted to allow the SGA to provide scholarships and student support to students in these activities, such as cheerleaders who right now don't receive anything. This would allow them to have support from the institution.
Okay. So then, Board Member Bailey, we're not talking about any additional financial burden to students per se. These are stipends basically to students who are participating in these particular activities?
Yes, sir. So basically, what we're proposing, typically you see student athletes, and I do consider cheer dance university band, etc., student athletes, they have some type of stipend scholarship to support them as they are actively, serving and representing the university. Unfortunately, the Southern University at New Orleans do not have that. So we have cheerleaders who come and basically volunteer their time. And I personally believe that if you're going to give so much to the university, we should be able to give something back. So needless to say, for referendum one, basically what we're asking is that we just add the verbiage of scholarships and stipends to those student excess fees. So it won't come from financial aid. We do not have to raise any money. These are student fees that we are already paying right now. We're just basically using a percentage of that, and all of that will be, if it's passed today, the Chancellor, Dr. Johnson, who serves as our Vice Chancellor, we will all sit down and come up with budget XYZ to get the policies in order, so that we can, again, add scholarships and stipends to those fees that we already pay today. So we're just basically using our fees to service our students.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to go ahead and move for approval, Madam Chair. But as an aside, the board will remember, I think it was 2 years ago, we offered an initiative to the board to make sure that the student government representatives from Baton Rouge and Shreveport would rotate. I have to say, you and Mr. Gerald, we've done a good thing by doing that. You brought, again, I say, great value to this. And with that, Madam Chair, I would offer that we would approve this referendum.
There's a motion by Mr. Gillum. Is there a second? There's a second by Ms. Dudley. All those in favor? Motion passes. Item 6, information only. Southern University System General Operating Budget, interim financial statements is attached. Is there any other business? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We stand adjourned.
This is lead to the legal committee, and ask the chair of legal committee, Attorney Tony Clayton, take charge of that committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Legal Affairs Committee is now called to order. Mr. President. Roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Attorney Tony Clayton,
Here.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge, Ms. Dana Bailey,
Present.
Mrs. Maple Gaines, Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thanks. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Christie, second by Ms. Maple. All in favor?
All right.
Motion passed. Any public comments to anything germane to this agenda? Seeing no one come up, I'll take action item 5A1, request approval of contracts, amendments, agreement, grants, etc. Let's just take the first one. First Amendment, Wilcox Academy of Early Learning, LLC, Facilities Use and Service Agreement. Mr. Chancellor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we're asking is asking the board to approve an amendment to this contract. One of the amendments would be to change the date because of the time that it took to get the Child Development Center up and running. It took an extra year. So we're changing the effective date to 10/1/2023 with the same 5-year term of the contract, which now makes it 2023 through 2028. There were other amendments, sort of housekeeping things in terms of invoicing instructions, camps provided by the academy, prioritizing students and staff of the university's children to be students in the Child Development Center, janitorial services, long distance, and parking.
Any questions? Ms. Bailey, you reviewed this. Any questions you have about this?
Reviewed. I do not have any additional questions.
You recommend we approve it?
Yes, sir.
So you move, you're on my committee? Ms. Maple Gaines moved for it to pass,
Yes,
and
sir, I
Ms.
move.
Christie seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Any opposition? Hearing none, it passed. Let's go to item number 2, Quality Court Industries LLC. Chancellor, can you tell us what this is about briefly?
perform work to build, construct, and update our NCAA tennis courts so that will be within the regulations of the NCAA.
Will we be able to play pickleball on it?
I'm not
Nice,
sure.
don't answer that. It's moved by Ms. Christie, second by Ms. Gaines. All in favor? Any opposition? You got anything you want to say, Ms. Bailey? You looking? You good? Okay, all right.
I saw nothing wrong with that pickleball comment that I turned 60, so that's a good idea.
All right. Let's go to item number 3, EAB Navigate 360. Well, let's talk about it.
Yes.
That's you?
So, well, it's all of us, but I'll talk about with respect to Baton Rouge. So we've gone through a number of different evaluations, and we definitely need the EAB Navigate tool to help us with our student progress, student retention, and all the things that are necessary for us to keep on an upward trend. And after we went through a thorough evaluation, had lots of conversation, I'm very comfortable with us renewing that contract.
Do we actually use this software?
Yes, we definitely do, although we need to use it more, but we definitely do, and we've got to improve the use of it.
But before we go spend, what, $500,000 to $600,000, how much? Well, that's a lot of money on this. You're telling me we have to move it further. Ms. Maple, what do you think? You have anything on this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been communicating with Dr. Young, and I sent an email with some questions. The bottom line is we're spending an awful lot of money, and the question remains, are we using it to the extent that we can? And how do we know that we're using it? What is your system of monitoring the usage of this software? And is there, for instance, the 360 Navigate 360, it's a predictive software that can identify our students early on that are in need of extra help. How do we know that we're doing that to the best of our ability?
I will say that we have not done it to the best of our ability, but that's not because of the tool, that's because of our people, and that's one of the things we've got to improve.
What are people?
I mean, the individuals who are tasked to do this particular work. One of the things that's important is that we have got to get more faculty members using it. Without that tool, we're lost. There's nobody that has presented us a.
Well, how are we monitoring whether or not they're using it? Can you identify who's
Yes.
not using it? What departments are using it more than others?
That would be a question that I believe Dr. Young and Dr. Wicker could answer. So
So Ms. Gaines, if you defer, I think this is our resident expert on it. Can you help shed some light on the question from my colleague?
Yes. First,
Then I'm gonna go back to you, Ms. Gaines.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Just wanted to take a moment and introduce Dr. Scott Wicker, who serves as our Associate Vice Chancellor for Accountability and Accreditation and SACS Liaison. So he has been researching these platforms, EAB Navigate 360, Banner, and Teleboard, all of them. And he can help to respond to some of the questions that you have.
and he's new.
So good afternoon, and thank you. First, I think on behalf of Chancellor Pierre and Vice Chancellor Young, we really love the memo, the questions that you put. As Chancellor Pierre and Vice Chancellor Young, we're moving toward a performance-based model as we go forward. And the questions that you asked were very impactful questions that we need to start refocusing our lens and to get straight to the answer for what you need. Previously, throughout the years, the last 5-year contract, as Chancellor Pierre stated, we did not use it to the capacity that we're supposed to use it at. And the number one barrier to success for that is due to personnel and processes. As we did the discovery, the personnel, the people at the table did not have the ultimate authority to move with conviction to really answer the questions and have the vision. And so as we reposition this, I'm going to take the lead on that and set the vision for that moving forward. And also Chancellor Pierre gave me the autonomy and authority to move it as necessarily as we need to number one, increase the usership. as part of our training from Southern University, as I'm an alumni here too, is we have to be good stewards of our financial investments, and we need to see a return on investment. So that's the direction that we're moving to, performance-based. One of the things that we're not doing a 5-year contract. I tried to talk them down to a year or 2 years, so we settled at 3, because as we move forward, we have to show that we have a return on investment, specifically around student success, getting the return on investment as we increase retention, progression, and graduation rates. If we're not moving that, then I'm agree with you. At the next time we do this, I'm gonna say, cut it, let's move forward, let's do something different. So I say all of that to say, we're moving to a performance-based operation. We have not used it to the level. In most cases, it's less than 10% usage for the EAB Navigate. The EAB Edify was another product, and cut that. So I'm negotiating with Chancellor Pierre to recover some of those funds to actually bring personnel who has very specific content knowledge and competencies for sequencing and SQL writing codes. All of that comes into play as we move this forward.
You satisfied, Ms.?
Yeah, you have a big task at hand because it's involved in making sure that everyone is using it. My question is, do you all provide training and to what extent?
Yes, we have on-demand training. We have the resources necessary. It goes back to we're refocusing and having a vision. As part of the policy process, we're going to look at instituting policies. We're going to work with provosts, and we're looking at how do we integrate this into annual offer letters and contracts. So instructors, adjuncts, we're going to make sure that we write that into the position description, the appropriate usage of it. When we start talking about the faculty or the professional advisors of first year, second year, we need to make sure we tool them with the necessary professional developments, but also the encouragement to constantly use it. So to go back to Chancellor Pierre's part, the people, the personnel part of it, if we have professional advisors who are advising 1,000 students. So without this software, they would nowhere near be able to touch that. It's still overwhelming that they have 1,000 students that they're advising.
Ms. Bailey?
Thank you so much, Chairman. So I have a question for Dr. Gant. Does the Sutter campus use EBA Navigate? And if so, in what capacity? Because I'm looking at the numbers and I see Suno is at about 100,000 and Sutter is about 600,000. So I just want to know what's the difference in level that Suno uses it versus Sussler.
Well, currently, Sussler is only using it now with a certain group, and that's student support services. We're looking to expand our usage. And the reason we looked at 5 years, because we're tying it to student learning outcomes, as well as our 5-year strategic plan. We plan to bring a strategic plan before this board, probably the month of November. And so all of our goals and objectives are tied toward student learning outcomes. We believe that this software will help us with that. And so when we looked at the 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year, it was most cost effective for us to stick to the 5-year plan and tie it to our strategic plan. And so currently we're serving a smaller number of students, and with the research or the statistics that they've looked at, or the results, that they've looked at, it is yielding great student outcomes right now. We've increased our retention with that population of students, and we're planning to expand that with our entire student body. And so that's why we decided to go with the 5-year plan.
And thank you so much, Chancellor Gant. And the last question I have, so you spoke about training. So does that go to all of the campuses, or is that just the one, just the BR campus?
Well, to go back from the negotiation, it was at a system level, but we decided to do campus level. So within the individual campus level, I think there's written into the demand that you do have training, but again, it's more of a trainer-trainers model. So someone has to take accountability. The personnel must be in place to get the training, to then go out to the different colleges to do the individual trainings.
And just to add to that, I would just say that I think that's part of the challenge. Training must be a requirement. If we're going to invest like this, I've shared with my team that training is required, but not only the training, we're tying it to the job description. When we hire on new people, they will understand that EAB is a part of our culture. And we're trying to find individuals who have experience with this type software and understand why we're using it and how it would impact our students and student learning outcomes. So our faculty and staff will buy into this, and they've looked at it already. And so we're saying, based on that small sample population we had, and we're seeing success, then we're going to open this up for our entire student body. We're going to apply this model to the entire student body.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. And as a student, I can truly say that we do use Navigate 360 on our campus. So we do get those early morning alerts if something's happening, weather alerts and XYZ. So it really is a good tool. But one thing I would love to see is that we have more training across the system so that it's not just one person or one department using it. We can use it as a whole to reach all of the students, because information goes out on a daily basis. And if we have one person putting out everything, sometimes things get lost. So I would just love to see the training be just spread across the whole entire system. Thank you.
Ms. Dudley, and then Mr. Gillum.
Thank you, Chairman Clayton. My question, I'm going to go back to training, and this is for all of the campuses, because we've had conversations before, either workshops and retreats, that kind of thing, about we have these tools, and many times, so is the funding included in the contract, or is that separate?
Can you repeat your question?
Is the funding for training, the cost of training, is that included in the contract, or is that separate?
It's for the Baton Rouge main campus, it's included in the contract, yes.
And is that the same for the other campuses? So that, okay, so the cost of the software is included, it includes training?
That's correct.
Okay, that's
Yes.
the first question. Then the 10% of, is a usership, was that the number that you gave?
Yes, it was less than 10%. And I think too, for clarity, we have to look at there's different parts of the platform. So Edify, that was a recent ad within the last year that we removed. It was less than 1% usage. It wasn't even fully implemented. When we start talking about the Navigate 360 portion of it, that was specifically given to the professional advisors for the first and second year. They tremendously used it, but it wasn't a full rollout to the faculty and to the staff. Actually, they're part of it. If in the information memo, it's not even connected to Canvas yet. It was only pulling from Banner, but a lot of manual inputs was happening to it. So it's a lot of things, opportunities that we have to be way more successful to increase usership. Plus, I do want to point out, Baton Rouge main campus have not had the full rollout of the smart app. Once we hit the smart app, which is predicted to be about 6-month build out, that training is going to have to be happen for all students, faculty, and students, because now SU get to completely brand the smart app, completely detail it as we want to see it as we move forward.
Okay.
Mr. Gillum, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
I just want to finish. The accountability of the usership is one thing. So I guess, Dr. Gant, kind of going back a point you made, if it's a new hire, you can establish that in the beginning. But if this is a change with existing staff, faculty, all of the users, it's a culture change, and it's one that's been talked about. So I guess I would direct this to President Shields. Is there something in terms of, this is a requirement, the usership of all those on each campus that is supposed to be using the respect, whoever the users are, to make sure they're held accountable to change. It's not for a discussion any longer. If we make these investments for obvious reasons that's stated here. So we make decisions, we will put the funding there, but the enforcement and the understanding of the users has to be there. So this is a case where I would say the chancellors need support and their people understanding that this is not negotiable. But that messaging, I think, President Shields would come from
So
you.
we now have, I mean, Susla is a good example. We have Chancellor Gant. She's got most of her senior team in place, and that allows her to put people in place in leadership roles that will drive this down through the organization. Vice Chancellor Young on the Baton Rouge campus has brought on, I think, a very talented person to drive this down through the organizations. And that's how it needs to get done. I think the same is true at SUNO. It is a fair criticism to say we spent money on these things over the years, and they have not been utilized. I am confident the teams that we're getting in place now are going to drive this down. And why is that? Because every time I talk to them about student outcomes. If we don't use these tools to improve our student outcomes, then we're going to be held accountable, and we're all going to be moving along.
Am I up, Mr. Clay?
Yep.
Thank you, Attorney Clay. It's been redundant, I think, in 2 or 3 instances. The key issue here, the salient point appears to be that there must be training. There must be inclination, first of all, to want to do it. And adhering to what my fellow board member, Ms. Dudley, has said, it can't be optional. It has to be mandatory, especially if we're going to make this kind of investment with it. And if we're utilizing a piece of software, let's say at SUDR, and we're paying almost $800,000 per year for it, and only 10% of the people that are supposed to use it are using it, that's not good business. That just doesn't make good business sense. For instance, personal example, you would not look at me and think that I'm still back in the classroom somewhere, but I am. The idea is indeed everything now has been digitized or to the point where you must learn a software format. In my instance, for instance, everybody's familiar with Google Classroom. That's kind of the standard in some areas. What you may not be aware of is one called Blackboard. It's one of those, it's a format that is not intuitive. You have to, as Leonard Barnes would say, just sit your Sandusky down in a seat, learn it, and know how to use it. I think that's where we are with this, Attorney Clay. If we're going to make this kind of investment, you indicated new employees are coming in. Okay, that's good. They can basically be there. But when they've been around as long as I have, it has to be simply said, no, this is what we're going to do if the system is going to work. So I think the salient point we're hearing, Attorney Clayton, is the people have to be trained in it.
So here's what you open the door to. And if you can expound on this, the problem, and Ms. Gaines picked it up, she said predictive behavior. There are about 900 universities across this country using this app, but it's based on historical past of how students have functioned in the past. Majority white kids. So when you're using the same predictive behavior about predicting our kids' future based on how, and I'm not playing the race card here, but how white kids have acted, then how does it comport to deal with race and socioeconomic status of the students at Southern? A problem I have with the app is, Ms. Maple, you and I talked about it, is that it doesn't comport to our kids. It doesn't comport to Tony Clayton, who comes out of the back door, cane fields of Louisiana. You can't predict my behavior, right? Audience. So that's the problem I have with it. And until this EAB company comes to you and say, wait a minute, I got something, you follow me, Dr. Ammons, that can deal with the young Baileys of the world, who I'll see can be a Supreme Court justice one day. Tell me what predicts Bailey. And so this thing is based on the average white kid in this country, the whole deal. I hope I'm making sense with it, but that's the problem that you have with it. So Sam, yes, that's just, and I'm not articulating it the way I want to, but I think I'm trying to be careful with my words, but I think I'm trying to think it out for you. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And I really do thank you for that question. And I'm in a precarious situation right here. So
Why?
Just for point of clarity, the system that we purchased that we've been having for 5 years, it doesn't look at any other data but Southern University system data.
Yes.
So all of the predictive measurements or risk factors are only predicated on the historical data of Southern University, no one else.
Okay.
The herein lies, it goes back to the issue when we was talking about personnel. The people at the seats who were developing the vision may not have had that data visualization and data construction to go back to the correct alignment of the infrastructure to ensure that the system is working properly. So that should be the first priority of, as we move forward, that's our first priority. If you all decide to renew this, we have to go back and make sure the data alignment is there. We have to make sure the data entry is done properly and that the data is clean so that we can build a very customizable at-risk factor for Southern University off of our data set. That's the number one thing that we're doing.
And when Ms. Gaines and I were conversing the other night, she all but expressed that to me. I don't know if you remember this, Maple, but you were like, Tony, is it working? And then when you told me that, I started thinking, I'm like, it has to input Southern kids, output the predicted behavior. Ms. Bailey, what do you say?
So the first question that I had was, I'm looking at it and I don't see the law center on it. So does this extend to the law center?
Currently, right now, the Baton Rouge main campus only doing it for undergrad. We were being fiscally responsible with the funds that we have, so we had to have some hard decisions to start cutting to more reasonable and manageable to move to a performance-based model. So the law center right now is in there. Graduate school is not part of the contract for Baton Rouge main contract.
Gotcha.
April, Ms. Bailey, I defer to the chair.
Let me say this. We can't afford not to do this. We are challenged with retention, period. What we're doing is not going to work. We don't have enough counselors. We don't have the resources required to afford a greater opportunity for these kids to graduate. This is tied to AI. If you're not tied to predicting what your student's going to do, then the system is going to send the alerts out and everything else we need. We'll be able to determine who's not working the system and deal with that person. My intent is for when students come here, they're going to graduate. Right now, we don't have a system that we have invested in that people are working, that they're going to graduate. This is going to be indicators based on our population. I want to pull that out. I'm glad you said that. But if we don't do this, what are the alternatives we had to have to increase our retention rate? We don't have an admission problem as much as we do a retention problem. This is smacking in the face the retention problem we have. I just want to make a plug for this. I really did research and looked at detail after detail of this. We can't afford not to.
All right, at this point, what's your pleasure? Moved by Ms. Gaines, second by Ms. Bailey. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm going to say I was going to vote against it, but I'm going to vote in favor of the chance. The chairman just swayed my vote on that, so I'm going to give it a chance. I vote aye also.
Can I say?
Yeah, let me carry the vote, then I'm going to bring it for you. Any opposition? None. Motion carried. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bailey.
Yes, I was never suggesting that we not renew this. I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the board and everyone in attendance, how important this is. And if we brought it to the forefront in this setting, then perhaps we can make the progress that we need to make. I just started into this AI thing. So I just to my chat GPT on my phone to cite an example of how Navigate 360 could help a particular student at any university. And it did. And what it does is it will detect if a student has been doing well. And then all of a sudden the student is not doing as well. It will target situations and particular students. I think it can be a great asset. And if we start doing it, and Dr. Young and Chancellor Pierre and all of our deans recognize the importance of this, I think we will see significant improvement this time next year.
I'm never surprised about I'm coming to you, Mr. President, about how articulate and how smart our professors are. But that young man who just finished talking to us, Dr. Pierre and Gloria Young, that's the kind of folks that we need working here. This gentleman was just spot on. Mr. President?
Well spoken.
What I would suggest to you, and probably loading the work on my folks, is that we can actually come back early next semester and have reports generated out of this that the board can see. And that's what I would suggest that we do. I don't want to overwhelm you, but I mean, it's a very effective tool to demonstrate its value.
I like that, what the president just said. Maybe if he were to do that, that'd be good. You got a question, Doc? You want to ask that young man?
No, I just know who you work for.
Us.
Oh, and that's fine.
Don't be so surprised.
You set me up because I told you ought to hire you away from where the company away from.
Dr. Young begged for him, and it was an emergency hire, and she felt that he had the
Wow,
capacity.
impressive, Dr.
So
Young.
kudos to Dr. Young.
All right, I'll move to the next item, Too Deep Entertainment. Who's that? Who's gonna deal with this? And before you go there, let me ask you this. Too Deep Entertainment. I just Googled Big Boogie. Well, that's one of the rappers. Big Boogie was arrested, but they didn't put charges on for a drive-by shooting. And I read the contract, there was no provision in there to say who's gonna pay for the Baton Rouge police to come in. Are you bringing Gloria or Gorilla or whoever that is? Gloria. I can't pronounce the name. You got some rappers on here that I don't know if you Google them or you know anything about it, but you're gonna need a lot of security here. And it's $500,000 you're paying Big Boogie them, and them. I want to know. Let me see what my president has to say. Hold on, I want to know who's gonna pay for security to make sure. I don't want to see what happened here last time we had all these rappers up here. I think we had some gunplay. So, Madam President, you calling for backup? Come on, you can. I'm a fan of yours, so go ahead.
I know, but I just want to make sure.
Bringing a big old guy. I
I
have no further questions. It's asked. You got what you want.
I was gonna say, just go ahead and say yes. So we can all go home, and this could be peaceful.
Good.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know y'all keep all these secrets. Okay, I won't call the rest of
Yes,
them
I
names.
was gonna
Okay.
say we would like to practice some discretion.
Okay, I didn't
at this
know,
moment. We
so-
would like to preserve it. Our students will find out in the next 15 minutes or so. So we're just trying to keep up their anticipation and excitement.
So Tony Modi, y'all pull me off the stage, and McMeans was gonna be a rapper. That's what
I mean, I put in a request for you, and they said no. They said you don't know how to act. So
I'm gonna vote for you. I'm gonna leave you alone. You got my vote.
And she used Chat GPT to do that.
I will entertain a motion to pass this without any. Moved by Ms. Bailey, second by Ms. Maple. All in favor? Aye. No further questions. Motion.
I like y'all. I got y'all at the next meeting. I promise.
Yes, indeed.
Last one, number 5. I'm gonna ask that the board defers this until we meet at a later date, Mr. President.
Good.
So there's so moved by Ms. Bailey, second by Ms. Gaines, that we deferred. All in favor? All right. Any information? Nothing. Any other business? I move that we'll adjourn the legal affairs. Moved by Ms. Gaines, second by Ms. Christie, my favorite seconder. All in favor, say aye. Legal affairs adjourned.
Thank you, Mr.
That looks
Chairman.
good.
Go directly into personnel. Ask that the chair of that committee, Mr. Gilliam, take charge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Personnel Affairs Committee is hereby called to order. Mr. President, please give us a roll call.
Yes, Mr. Gilliam. Mr. Sam Gilliam,
Present.
Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Tony Clayton, Mrs. L. Dudley,
Just stepped out.
Dr. Leon Tarver,
Here.
Dr. Orlando Williams,
Yeah, just step out. I think she's here.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The next item on the agenda is adoption of the agenda. Been moved by.
A second.
Been seconded by the chairman. The agenda for the Personnel Affairs Committee will be approved. Those in favor, please let me know by sign of aye. Opposers, nay. The agenda is thus approved. We have one comment coming from the audience, and this is coming from Miko Thompson from the SUNO Faculty Senate. Welcome before us, Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Miko Thompson, the newly elected president of the Faculty Senate at Southern University at New Orleans. And our question or concern is, how do we identify, or how were the priorities identified for hiring? So there are 2 positions that are up for approval for the board for this meeting. One is a dean of students for housing, and I know that we need a housing director, but one is for assistant dean for student leadership and engagement. But we have faculty members who are not being assigned, like we have courses that in high impact areas such as social work and chemistry, where we had temporary employees, and then those employees' contracts were not renewed, and we hired them as adjuncts, but then we're hiring people at $80,000 and $65,000 per year, but we don't have faculty members to cover classes. So we want to know, as a faculty senate, how priorities are made for hiring. If that's a fair question. This is my first time, so I apologize, but as a faculty
You're the new
member.
faculty senate president, so
Yes.
you have that right.
Thank you, sir.
Would like, if you will, Mr. Chair, to tell them a little bit about yourself.
Me?
Yeah.
Sure. So, hi, my name is Miko Thompson. I am a faculty member, newly tenured in the Department of Forensic Science, which, as all of you should know, is the only forensic science program in the state. I got my bachelor's and my master's from Tuskegee University in Tuskegee, Alabama. I got my PhD from Alabama A&M University. I did a postdoc at the University of Tennessee, so I am indeed an HBCU kid. I love my job. I love what I do. I love my students. But in this position, I have to fight for my faculty. So I need to to go from last year at the faculty senate meeting being told that we have to cut the budget, so there will be hiring freezes, to now come into a meeting on Tuesday to say we have these 6 positions that need to be filled at this rate of pay. And then know that we have faculty members who were temporary faculty members last year, full-time temporary faculty members. Those contracts were not renewed, but then invite them to come back as adjunct professors teaching the same course load, if not higher, is concerning.
Well, thank you so very much, Professor Thompson, for taking the time and the effort to come and speak with us. And as we say in this business, come soon and come often.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate your
I
contribution.
absolutely will. I plan on being at every meeting.
We will look for you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so very much, ma'am. All right. The next item here is, we go to action items 5A. Let's do that one first. This one comes from the Baton Rouge campus and committee.
I move on action item 5A in total, global.
It has been moved by Chairman, seconded by Ms. That we would approve action item 5A. Those in favor, please let it be known by sign of aye. Opposed is nay. This item is thus approved. We'll go on to action item 5B. And this comes from Suno. Before we get there, question. And I'm noticing, and in the infinite wisdom of our chairman, you may notice, he always puts the finance committee right before the personnel committee. And I assume there is a reason for that, because the idea is because they are intricately connected. If we don't have budgetary resources to support personnel issues, then we have a concern. This one, Dr. Amos, this is where I'm going. For instance, the 2 positions that I think were referred to, the consummate average of those 2 is something like, I think, $153,000. But from looking at the interim financial report, we have a shortfall on Suno campus of about $88,000. Justification, please, some explanation.
So these appointments, well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Thompson for coming, and I want to congratulate her again publicly for being elected president of the Faculty Senate, and thank her for the faculty's participation on our budget committee. These positions that are being brought before the board today resulted from a reorganization due to 3 positions being vacant. So the funding for these positions are coming from the Director of Housing position. The Director of Housing resigned. We had a vacancy for an Associate Vice Chancellor. That position was vacant. And a Director of Aquatics left the institution. So these positions do not add to the budget of the institution. These are replacements. The other thing that I would say too is that we are aware of the questions around SUNO's fiscal position. And so if you look at the titles of these positions, we're asking these two people to do multiple jobs. All right. And they are very talented and they have agreed to do this, but it is not adding to the bottom line. The other thing is that you will also see that some of the funding is coming from Title III.
Yeah, federal, I noticed. Okay. Any other questions, clarification on this issue? Committee, what is your pleasure? We have a motion by Dr. Williams, second by Ms. Dudley, that this position would be approved. Those in favor, please let it be known by sign of aye. Aye. Opposes nay. These positions are thus approved. We move to action item 5C. This comes from the Southern University Agricultural Research and Extension Center. Committee, what is your pleasure? It has been moved and second that these requests coming from the Agricultural Center would be approved. Those in favor, please let it be known by sign of aye. Opposes nay. These positions are thus approved. We move to item number 6, other business. Is there any other business to come before the Personnel Committee? None. Motion has been received to adjourn. I have a second. This committee is thus adjourned. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's now time to call to order the Southern University Board of Supervisors meeting through mission statement through shared governance. The president almost, well, I'm not going to tell you, almost did, but when I hit the gavel, through shared governance, leadership, and diverse system of unique institutions, the mission of the Southern University and A&M College system is to deliver affordable, world-class education, a trained workforce, state-of-the-art research, creative scholarship, and transformational public service to the state of Louisiana, the nation, and the world. Thank you, Dr. Penny. Okay. Roll call.
Yes, sir. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Present.
Ms. Dana Bailey. Attorney Tony Clayton. Here. Mrs. L. Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr. Mrs. Maple Gaines. Here. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Attorney Edwin Shorty. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. Here. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert. Dr. Orlando Williams. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 3 is the adoption of the agenda. I'm going to ask that we modify in this adoption by delaying item 6C until next month. That's the presidential annual evaluation. Is there a motion? That modification. There's a motion by Board Member Fondell, properly seconded by Board Member Clayton. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye? Aye. Motion carries. Any public comments? Item number 4, public comments. I have one card here, and I see her approaching the podium. It's Dr. Cynthia Honore Collins. Dr. Collins, you're going to bash us today.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
It's a good thing.
Good afternoon. To President Shields, Chair Lawson, and our Vice Chair, Mr. Whitfield. I'd like to first acknowledge all the chancellors that are on the side of me, and especially my chancellor, Dr. Amos. So I'm here this afternoon bringing greetings from SUNO Foundation and Mr. Frank Williams. We're here just to invite you to the bash. This year's bash is October 25th at the Sheraton downtown. We look forward to your usual donations and table purchases. You can purchase a table or individual tickets by going to sunofoundation.org. And we look forward to seeing y'all October 25th. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The bash.
Oh, we do have some hard copy of our souvenir booklets from last year and our sponsorship packets for this year. I'm aware that most of you guys have already received the souvenir packet via email, but I do have some hard copies for you. Is it okay if we just...
Dr. Renee will get it for you and make sure we
Okay.
get it. Thank
All
you
right,
so much.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Collins.
To Dr.
Okay. Any other public comments? Resolutions, item number 5. Mr. Secretary, I think Dr. Vital will help us with that. Dr. Vital.
All right, I'll try to be brief, but we have quite a few here this afternoon. Condolences. Mr. Gregory Jones, affectionately called Greg, a graduate of Port Allen High School, class of 75, attended Southern University. Mr. Jones was the brother of Pam Jones, special assistant to the vice president for finance and business for Southern University System, and the brother of Donovan Jones, finance and administration employee at the Southern University Law Center. He passed away on Thursday, August 15th. Mr. Dennis Snowden Brown was a prominent figure at Peabody High School, graduating in 1972 as the class president. Following high school, Mr. Brown attended Southern University in Baton Rouge, where he graduated with honors. At Southern University, he was active and esteemed member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Mr. Brown began his career in Houston, Texas. He became a member of the Southern University Alumni Chapter, Houston chapter, in the late 1970s and served in several capacities, becoming chapter president from 2007 to 2010. He then became national president of the Alumni Federation, serving 2 terms from 2010 to 2014. Mr. Brown passionately supported the Southern Jaguars. He passed away on August 31st. Mr. Willie James Singleton, a distinguished citizen and public servant of Shreveport, Louisiana. He was a trailblazer in law and politics. Mr. Singleton was the first African American to run for mayor of Shreveport, paving the way for greater diversity in local politics. Mr. Singleton was the honorable board member, Mr. Sam Gilliam's brother-in-law. He entered eternal rest on August 24th at the age of 75. Mr. Jules Lionel Hurst, a distinguished and respected member of the New Roads community. Mr. Hurst served as honor and distinction as the retired chief of police of New Roads, Louisiana. He was a trailblazer, being the first African-American law enforcement officer in New Roads. Mr. Hurst was the honorable board member Sam Gilliam's father-in-law. He entered eternal rest on August 23rd, 2024, at the age of 96. Mr. Dan Alexander Jr., 81, a longtime resident of the village of Tangipahoa. He was the brother of Chair Emeritus Miss Ann Smith. He passed away on Friday, September 20th, at his home, surrounded by his family. He was born January 4th, 1943, to the late Dan Alexander Sr. and Mrs. Rosanna Johnson. Visitation will be September 28th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Brown's Chapel Missionary Baptist Church in Tangipahoa. Interment to follow at Tangipahoa Black Cemetery. Mr. Clifton Jones, 86, was the assistant registrar at the Southern University Baton Rouge in 1963 and registrar at Southern University at Shreveport from 1977 to 1996. He passed away on Sunday, September 22nd, 2024. Visitation and celebration of life will be held today, September 27th, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Evergreen Baptist Church in Shreveport. Interment will follow at the Gardens of Veterans Cemetery in Zachary, Louisiana. Mr. Donovan Burton, 19, of Greensburg, Louisiana, was a freshman majoring in agriculture sciences, died in an automobile accident on Tuesday, September 24th. His services are pending. Ms. Lotta Johnson, retired Vice Chancellor for Technology, Strategy, and Innovation, and Deputy Chief Information Officer at the Southern University Law Center, passed away on yesterday, September 26, 2024. Service details will be announced later. Mr. Ronnie Anthony Washington was born October 16, 1958 in New Orleans, Louisiana. He graduated from Scotlandville High School in Baton Rouge in 1978 and Southern University A&M College in in Southern University A&M College in 1985 with a bachelor's degree in science and liberal studies. He was a fan of Jaguar football, a member of the Southern University Alumni Home Chapter. He provided guidance and opportunities to countless young men. His statue was small with a big heart and a smile that will forever be remembered. He passed away September 21st, 2024. And that concludes the resolutions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Vital. Certainly want to make sure we keep our student family in your prayers, and also the young lady that they grew up together in our prayers, along with all the others that have passed families. I want to also talk about Dennis Brown, who was a friend of many of us. And Dennis Brown certainly is worthy of us remembering him. I'm talking about with the naming of a building or something substantive from this board. So I'm asking this chatting over here going on. Just a second. Thank you. I certainly hope that we will be able to do something substantive, and I'm glad to see our past president, Laquita Thomas here, and our national president was in the audience, and Darren is certainly executive directors spoken. They've all spoken in favor of this. So by December, just to go, not by December, by Bayou Classic meeting, I hope, Laquita, you will rally the troop together, and I can work with the board and we come up with something to name after Dennis Brown. I certainly want to let Ms. Barbara Brown know that she and the family will remain in our prayers as well. But he's so substantive that I don't remember a funeral in the many years I've been on the board where a chair, president, the head of the foundation, alumni board, all, and executive director attended the service. So it says volumes for Dennis Brown. So thank all of you who actually expressed sentiments. He was one of the few people that would call and chew Tony out after the meeting, chew me out. And then Tony said, I don't know why I keep answering the phone. He said, I just love the guy so much. But he didn't stop there. He chewed the president out as well. So he was that kind of guy. So thank you for your indulgence. You've heard the motion. Board Member Fondell.
Yeah, I just want to add just a couple of names for a resolution and just do a couple of acknowledgments also. On the 31st of August in the city of Lake Charles, Southern University was hosted by McNeese for a football game. And while it was a football game for our city, it was really an opportunity for a lot of people to get back out into the community. In 2019, Southern played McNeese prior to the hurricane that we experienced in 2020. So I want to acknowledge the system, the athletics department, the band. I also want to acknowledge Christian Baptist Church in Lake Charles, who was able to host the students, host our band students before they went to the game. Mount Olive Baptist Church, who fed the students, also the Cowtree Parish School Board and Ward 3 for allowing them an opportunity to come to our stadium and to be able to perform for those young students and young future band members who did not have an opportunity to be able to go to the game. See, in Lake Charles, myself along with Reverend Talbot, we've experienced 4 natural disasters within a 12-month period. 2 hurricanes, an ice storm that crippled our city for a week, and a historic flood. So the people of Southwest Louisiana have gone through an awful lot. A game like this brought a lot of folks together. Everybody was there at the game in that city. It was peaceful. There was no incidents, anything that happened, but it was a day of a lot of folks being able to get out and they're going to be able to share and to be able to enjoy a game and enjoy our band, which serves as our ambassador. So I would like to request a resolution. Christian Baptist, Mount Olive, the local alumni chapter of Southern University, which hosted a meet and greet where President Shields was there, had an opportunity to speak. Chancellor Pierre was also there, and other alums through our that converged on our area were there. So I want to thank them and also acknowledge retired Judge Gene Thibodeau for his effort in helping us to bring and to get those buses down there to have the team, have the band at the game to be able to perform. So I'd like to have that added to the resolution. Thank you very much.
So it's a daunting task. I know they're going to be challenged because we'll try to get as much as possible, but I ask that you memorialize that.
Yeah, I just wanted to put it on the record here, and I'll follow up. It's nothing needed right now, but I'll follow up.
Okay, I thought
with
you were
him.
trying to get us to prove it today. Okay, thank you for that.
No way. No. Thank you very much, though, for the opportunity to be able to share that information.
Thank you.
Can you also add?
Yes, Board Member Bailey.
I would also like to publicly recognize the Thurgood Marshall College Fund scholars from the Southern University system who attended the LI conference in Washington, D.C. Over 30 scholars from Southern University at New Orleans, Southern University Lawson, and the main campus attended that, as well as the 3 HBCU White House scholars who represented the Southern University system well. Last 2 weeks ago or so in Philadelphia, which included Madam President, Ms. Kennedy, or Delon Sumo, and myself. So I would just like to ask for a resolution on behalf of those Team CF scholars, as well as the 3 White House HBCU scholars from the Southern University system.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member, Reverend Dr. Toll. Okay. You've heard the expressions and the resolutions. It's been properly moved and second discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, aye. Opposed, motion carries. Item number 6A.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And I'd like to move for the approval of action items 6A and B.
You've heard the motion as made by Reverend Dr. Talbot, properly seconded by Board Member Dr. Tarver, T&T. Discussion. Yeah, you can tell he governed the city council as president. The late Charles put those motions together like that. Hearing no discussion, all in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. We go into information items number 7. Yes.
Point of privilege, if you would like.
Sorry.
In order with one of the recommendations that's been made on today. Yeah. I would just like to recognize someone from Southwest Louisiana whose roots are from Southwest Louisiana, but was approved today to be the new principal over at Southern Lab. And if you would just give me just a second, I just want to read a little bit of information I prepared for this particular moment.
Push the button.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Nadia Denise Washington Seals, the daughter of Wanda Washington and the granddaughter of the late Reverend V.E. Washington, she's a graduate of Southern Lab, where she attended school from the 5th to the 12th grade. She has a Bachelor's of Science and a Master's degree from Southern University. She's been an educator for 17 years. She's also presented several state and national conferences. She's also recognized by the Louisiana Department of Education, raising her test scores. She's married to Brandon Seals Sr. and is the mother of Braylon, 6th grader. All of them attend Southern Lab. When asked why her children are at the lab school, her response, because I believe in the products we cultivate at the lab school. Her parents are here, and I'm going to ask her, along with the principal, Mr. Bristol, if they would please stand at this time and just be recognized. And her mother.
Congratulations.
Thank you and congratulations, and thank you for your presence here on the day. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yes.
So I want to clarify, it was 4 scholars from the Southern University system, 3 present in Philadelphia. So I would just want to clarify, it wasn't 3, it was 4. The 4th person was Mr. William J. Gaspard, who is a student at the Southern University Law Center. So I just want to make sure I acknowledge him as well and say congratulations to all 4 of the scholars who were selected for the White House HBCU Scholar Program. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Informational items. We're going to lay over 7A, system branding and marketing. We'll go to item number B, presidential report. And the president, just give you a little hint, will set the tone, I'm sure, for the chancellors that will follow. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. President, Alvin, you didn't know that the first time you spoke, so you're forgiven. But you did hear me this time.
So start that
You're forgiven.
timer. And the
That's
rule
right.
is, if you talk longer than me, you're in trouble.
That's right.
All right.
He has some pads on there.
So very quickly, the point that I would emphasize is that I went to the Board of Regents Finance Committee's budget hearing this week, and I want this board to know, in short, the substance of what I had to say with them. And of course, they want to talk about, well, how are you going to deal with these budget cuts? And I said, before they ask any questions, first thing I want to talk about is the disparate funding. And I laid out for them the 1.2+ billion disparate funding over the last 30 years, and that we must find a way to begin to address that. Next, I said to them that we are still recovering from the draconian cuts from a decade and 15 years ago. And those are still wreaking havoc with our ability to fulfill our mission at the level ahead that we have ahead of us. And finally, if these cuts from this budget crisis, state budget crisis, move forward, it will have very dire consequences for Southern University. It will mean people will lose jobs, programs will get cut, etc. So that's where that started. Number two, later that night I was at the Baton Rouge area chamber meeting, and the economic development guy from LSU stood up and talked about all the economic development things that LSU was doing. It was a very nice presentation. And I raised my hand after he was done, and I said, this body needs to understand that all of higher education had to go in front of the Board of Regents Finance Committee and begin to explain how we were going to absorb, for Southern, a 19 to 23% reduction in our budget, and that's what's going to be true across higher education. So as they feel, however they feel about what comes out, the very consequences of supporting higher education and workforce development in this state are in jeopardy. I just want this board to know that's the approach I'm going to take all the way through the next 12 months as the state sorts this out.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to add some capacity issues they can address with that money that the state owes. And you saw the beautiful example with these nurses that stood before us. The state has an issue. We have solutions like no other entity in the state. So we're going to argue the value of adding capacity as a start. And I've talked with the head of legal about that, and I've shared that with you and the chancellors as well. Thank you. I see.
Yeah, I just one question for the president. Mr. President, at our next meeting, could you convene a report on the medical school? I know Dr. Whitfield mentioned it earlier, and just to give us a report on it. Sure. I do know that one of the head of the Black Caucus presented a resolution to the legislature in approval of what we've already submitted. So if we could get a report and even him to be able to show up at the same time to be able to speak on that also, that'd be taken care of.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Chancellor Pierre.
Yes. You have my report for Southern University and A&M College, but I wanted to take a moment to recognize something that happened historical this week. In St. Landry Parish, an African-American woman was awarded a jury verdict in excess of $200 million. The numbers changed, but I think it's about $290 million. And one of the attorneys that led that effort for this woman was none other than Tony Clayton. And the reason I bring this out is because an expert testified.
Child support.
Right. But an expert testified that her work-life quality, her economic quality, was not going to be as good simply because she was an African-American woman. And that's the kind of stuff where justice is being brought. And I applaud you, Attorney Clayton for representing that woman with a team of attorneys from Southern to bring this woman justice.
Round of applause on that.
Yeah, I got you. If your bruise is blue, Tony will sue. Okay.
I tell you what's real though. I saw one of those young attorneys, and it really touched me when I met her. She was just smiling because Tony put her on a case that attorneys that have been practicing 50 years hadn't made what she made on that case. So it's about creating wealth amongst generations, and certainly wealth that many other law school students don't enjoy. So that's another story we got to tell. Thank you, Chancellor. Chancellor Ammons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, President Shields. I want to give just a brief update on the university's enrollment. And before I get into it, I have to say congratulations to Dr. Zacchaeus Johnson and his team. When I served as Executive Vice Chancellor and Executive Vice President of the system, the first hire that I made was Dr. Zacchaeus Johnson as head of the Freshman Studies program several years ago. Well, he and Ms. Freeman have put together an outstanding team, and actually all divisions of the university participated in this. Last year, our enrollment was 2,059. Today is 2,461, a 19% increase in enrollment. We had as a goal to get back to our pre-COVID number, which was 2,306, and we exceeded that. The growth in the enrollment has been driven by all of our programs, but two in particular. Cybersecurity, where we more than doubled the enrollment from its inception, and our nursing program. And I have to thank LCMC, the Louisiana Children's Medical Center, for the investment of over $1 million in the nursing program, where our students are going to nursing school without having to pay tuition and fees. The other part of the university that drives this growth are athletic programs, Mr. Fundell. And I want to thank the Suno Foundation and the Suno alumni for investing in our athletic programs by giving all of the money from the BASH last year to support student athletes. We also saw growth in our first time in college enrollment, transfer students, as well as graduate students on the campus. And again, it is due to the dedication and hard work of all of the faculty, staff, and administrators on the campus. And it was also brought about by what we call high tech and high touch. We did a lot of hand holding, a lot of communicating with students and parents, but we also track this enrollment, our student success. One of the challenges that we had this year was with retention. Before we purged, we had a 61% retention rate. But after the purge, that retention rate dropped, which means that we have to continue to focus on student support. Those students left the institution because they didn't have the money to continue. So I just wanted to give you those highlights, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, and congratulations, Dr. Ammons. Dr. Gant.
Yes, Chairman Lawson, Vice Chair Whitfield, President Shields, and honorable members of the board. Just briefly, I'll say Dr. Emmons took some of my time, so just briefly.
That's pretty hard when the chancellor's from Shreveport shooting at you.
Well, fall 2024, we budgeted 1,814 students for FTEs, and we surpassed our enrollment based on FTEs by 4%. And I want to definitely say thank you to our faculty, staff, and all who have really worked diligently as it relates to registration, just enrollment, and focusing on our retention at Southern University at Shreveport. I also want to mention a few other things as it relates to our dental hygiene program. Many of you are aware that Southern University at Shreveport have the only dental hygiene program in Northwest Louisiana. And so the fall 2023 class of dental hygiene earned 100% pass rate on their regional and state boards. And so I think that deserves a round of applause. I want to say thank you to those individuals who are working in our dental hygiene program. And just a few quick announcements. On October the 1st, we will have Roy Griggs Day on our campus. Roy Griggs is one of our large donors at Southern University at Shreveport. And so we have a day planned for him. And if you're available on October the 1st, we invite you to come to campus. We'll have student panels as well as entrepreneurs who will be there celebrating Mr. Griggs, but not only that, but teaching sessions on financial literacy, encouraging students to take advantage of our Roy Griggs School of Business. We have Susla Day on the Bluff. We have a few individuals, faculty, staff, and students who will be here on Saturday, October the 5th for the Nickel State game. We're excited about that. I must announce our coronation of our 57th Miss Susla, Miss Lorraine Braxton, on Thursday, October the 10th. We will be celebrating Miss Braxton at Southern University, Shreveport. And lastly, Mr. Jesse Stone Jr. Foundation Gala will be held on Thursday, October the 24th. So if your schedules allow or permit, I invite you to the Jesse Stone Foundation Gala. If you need additional information, I definitely have that information for you. The rest of my chancellor's report is uploaded in your packet, including your packet. So thank you very much.
Thank you for both of those. And certainly Mr. Griggs deserves that honor. And we certainly want to honor our past president, Mr. Jesse Stone, Attorney President Jesse Stone, for all the marvelous things he's done, and even dealing with products of the likes of Tony Clayton. So some good comes out of it. And that's right, his homeboy, yeah. Ms. Dudley, Board Member Dudley.
Excellent report, Dr. Gant. I do want to just specifically highlight Mr. Roy Griggs. He's a staple in the community. He's entrepreneur. He has a franchisee, and he's known for all of his accomplishments. And I know Southern Susla has been working with him over the years to get this going. So you inherited some of the things that we had to do to straighten that out and get this going. So I applaud the work and effort to get it to this point, and his foundation's happy now. So I just want to recognize when we go through turbulent and challenging times to get to a good end, that's the goal that we're trying to do. So I applaud you for working through that challenge and getting us there. And we actually, all of Shreveport and Northwest Louisiana are celebrating Roy Griggs Day at Susla. Thank you.
Thank you. Got him just in time. Dr. McMeans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to probably hold over my report, and you have my report in the board packet, but more so I wanted to make an announcement. Over the last couple of days, I've been having conversations with Minister Duggins on how we can strengthen our relationship with St. Kitts and Nevis beyond research. And so we talked about some of the issues students were having coming from St. Kitts and Nevis. And so I talked with our academic people, and we made a commitment to offer 5 scholarships annually to St. Kitts and Nevis for the College of Agriculture. And these resources are in multiple facets. My people are, what they say, hungry, So they're out there writing grants and bringing in money for scholarships. So this will not change our trajectory as relates to our enrollment and being able to support our students. So I don't know if the ministers, and we had them on a tight schedule, so they may be already touring. So thank you.
Wasn't any tighter than the schedule he had us on when we came to December. But congratulations. Every time I visit with Dr. McMeans, I joke, he's coming up with $2 million here. All I got was $5 million last month, that kind of thing. So you're doing a great job over there. I was with Board Member Clayton yesterday, and I heard similar conversations with Dr. Young's shop. And then I see the amphitheater over here. We really are moving in the right direction when it comes to grants and yielding some great results as a result of the grant. So I want to give everybody up here that's doing a great job. I see what you're doing. Grants, going to the newest and the last speaker for the day as Chancellor, Dr. Washington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We co-hosted an event in Washington, D.C. with the Ag Center. And I want to thank Board Member Reeves and Board Member Rutledge for participating in the panel discussion that we had. And that evening, we invited alums from the Washington, D.C. area. We had about 26 alums to participate in our event. And we had 9 students in D.C. participating in the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund event. And those students got an opportunity to network with our alums in that area. And they're going to get some internship and employment opportunities from those meetings. I also want to thank Board Member Tony Clayton for stepping up, and he's actually going to contribute $25,000. No, we got, well, look, we don't have the money yet, but
don't say it.
Yeah.
Don't say it.
But no, he was good for Las Vegas. He was good. Look, he was good for Las Vegas.
Does Rodney Ellis?
Yeah,
the money's been paid.
He was good for Las Vegas, and he has agreed to give us $25,000. He got another attorney to give us.
You got the money.
Okay, and there's another $25,000 he got from another lawyer to help our students to participate in the summer internship program in Houston. The legislatures in that in Texas, they cut the money out, and Tony and the other lawyer gave us the money, so our students will be returning to participate in that program, and we are appreciative.
Let me comment on that.
Certainly.
Chancellor Washington, and it started with Chancellor Pierre, but they're on to something. So the state of Texas, for a whole semester, Chancellor Washington will give these kids 12 hours credit, but they go run the Texas legislature. And we probably had 100 or so kids, not just law students, but that's awesome. I mean, they take over and they run the whole deal for a full 6 months. And Texas is bigger than Congress, the way they operate their system. But I have to commend this chancellor. When the state cut the funding off, Alvin and Pierre was, Tony, we got to find some money. So I called my law firm I'm with in Texas and said, we got to help these kids. But it's because of the leadership that y'all got with this new chancellor and the previous chancellor that they lean on folks and make us do what we have to do. But to see what those kids are doing in Texas, it's awesome. I hope Louisiana would do it. But thank you, Chancellor, for facilitating it and making folks like me do what we got to do for those kids.
Thank you, Board Member Clayton. We appreciate you.
So we down to any other business? I want to ask a question.
Well, I was going to say this because as we close, Mac, I want to thank you again. And I know what you're saying right now in your mind. It feels like you've been here today for 53 years, right? Well, congratulations again, man. Go ahead, Tony.
You know, I stepped up when Lori Young was talking about that academic excellence deal. But are we allowing her to go hire somebody immediately with that? Because I'm telling you, 30 days from now will put us behind the 8 ball. Because you got the elections coming up. We need to get that curriculum. So Congress and the feds can see that we're on top of this. I mean, we're the first HBCU to have a consortium in the whole country. And for them to trust Laura with this, Dr. Young with this, please give her the authority, Mr. Chair. And I know it's probably too late to put it on the agenda, but you and the president, let her go and we'll ratify it. Let her go find get this program on
I told her I expect something at the next meeting and to go in a manner. If we have to contract what we need to do out between now and then, let's do it, because we don't want to squander this opportunity. So she has marching orders.
Thank you.
And I think the chancellor concurs anyway. Anything else for the good of the system needs to come before the Board of Supervisors. If not, I entertain a motion to adjourn. Consider as adjourned.